Oh, hello there. Sasuga Nuna always muted herself and did not know and keep talking like an idiot. Sasuga. Anyway, my cat is right now sleeping very peacefully on my bed while I'm here reading about a cat's mind. So, how are you guys this morning? I'm sorry I started a little bit late because there's some technical issue with my microphone, but I believe that my microphone sounds okay right now. Is it? I hope so. You guys have no idea. I am so dedicated in reading that I actually bought like a book stand. Like not just any book stand, right? But it's like those book stand where it like opens the page of the book for you. And it's so good looking. I'll take a picture and post it on Twitter after this. It's so good. And it's so helpful. Yeah, it's really really good. I showed the end. It's really good. So now I don't have to hold my book with my hands. I just need to like look at it and read and then just flip the pages basically. It's super awesome. Okay, I want to see who is that. Oh, it's evening espresso. Hello, evening espresso. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. I think you have been here probably. Yeah. Okay, so there's not a lot of people here right now in game, so I'm gonna start in about 5 minutes or so, if you guys don't mind. But there are 7 viewers in my chat, so I'm very happy about that. Hello to the viewers in my chat. Thank you for being here with me today. It's my honor to be reading for to you all today, and uh, well, I don't know whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. Maybe it's a celebratory thing. But we are actually finishing the book today. Um, this massive hunk of a book called I Am a Cat by Natsume Sōseki consists of 3 volumes, which he published by chapters in a magazine called I forgot the name of the magazine. It's like back in those days, right? And then some of his publisher friends told him that, hey, I think you should compile this and make it into a book. So I think that's how it became his first novel. Hey, Beat! Whoop whoop! Hell yeah! But yeah, and we we started with great enthusiasm and we're gonna end this with like even greater enthusiasm. I picked an extremely difficult book to start Noodible with because it's such a big book that my biggest worry was that will people be interested in continuing listening to a story of the same book for so long. Yeah. Oh yeah, Bit, I didn't tell you. I'm an affiliate now. Yeah. Ooh. Oh. Bit, thank you so much. Now you have joined the rank of Seed in Final Fantasy 8. Thank you so much for the Prime sub, Bit. Thank you so much. Oh my god. That's crazy. Now you can. Thanks for using Bezos' money. Now you have the founder's badge. There you go. First. And a crown. Amazing. Oh, I just lost 2 viewers because I haven't started reading yet. Yeah. But yes, Bin, you can the more you watch my channel, you get banana points, and with banana points, you can redeem stuff. So for now, I actually have a lot of sound bites that you can redeem. But because I'm reading for Noodibles, so I can't have all those sound bites like spamming while I'm reading. So I took them all out. But when I'm doing like rating content on other gaming content, I will put up all the sound bites redemption. But for now, there are only six redemption that you can do. Something that you can redeem. I highly recommend read a love quote and read a poem. Anyways, I think it's been long enough that I've been babbling my way around, and thank you so much for the prime sub to bit. And I'm gonna start reading, right? Now, after a quick sip of tea. Today we are reading I Am a Cat by Natsume Sōseki, Volume 3, Chapter 4. In front of the alcove, Waverhouse and Single Man sit facing each other with a board for playing Go set down between them. Damned if I'm playing for nothing, says Waverhouse forcefully. The loser stands a dinner, right? Single Man tugs at his daft goatee. In my experience, he murmurs, to play for gain, for food, or for filthy lucre cheapens this noble pastime. It maims the mind to burden itself with thought of loss or profit. Betting's a scruffy business. I feel, don't you, that the true value of a game encounter is only appreciated in an atmosphere of leisurely calm where, all considerations of success or failure set aside, one let things run their own sweet natural course. Then, and only then, can the finer points of the game be properly savored by its connoisseurs. There you go again, harping away on the same old metaphysical drivel. It's really quite impossible to have any sort of sensible game with a man who carries on as if he had stepped from the pages of some ancient Chinese tome, recording that the maunderings of the scholar hermits of the remote antiquity. Sorry, one moment, please. Alrighty. If I harp at all, says Single Man with a surprising spirit, it is Yuan Ming who so neatly put it that I play on a harp that has no strings. Ah, says Waverhouse dryly, like wiring messages on wireless sets, I suppose. Now then, Waverhouse, you can do better than that, but please don't try. Let's get on with the game. Will you be black or white? Suit yourself. Either. One might expect of a hermit you are transcendently generous. If you'll take white, I am necessarily black. Right. Let's get cracking. Now then, off you go. Place your first piece anywhere you like. The rule is that the black starts. Really? Is that so? Well, very well. Being a modest fellow, my opening gambit shall be a black piece somewhere around here. You can't do that. Why not? It's against the rules. Never mind them. It's a brand new opening gambit, one I've just invented. Since I know so little of the world outside my master's house, it was only recently that I first clapped my eyes on a go board. It's a weird contraption, something no sensible cat could ever think up. It's a smallish square divided into myriad smaller squares on which the players position black and white stones on higgly-piggly on a human fashion that once I go askew to watch them. Thereafter, the devotees of this strange cult work themselves up into musk sweat, excitedly shouting this, that, or that ridiculous little object is in danger, has escaped, has been captured, killed, rescued, or whatever. And all this bare over a bare square foot of board where the mildest tap with my right front paw would wreak irreparable havoc. A single man might quote from his compendium of Zen sermons. One gathers grasses and with their thatch creates a hermitage only to find the same old feel when the thatch is blown away. You set the pieces out and then you take them off. What a silly occupation! Why don't the players keep their hands on the folds of their kimonos and simply stare at an empty board? In the earlier stages of the game, with only 30 or 40 pieces in place, one could not honestly describe the effect as an eyesore, but as a thing. Moved to a climax, the scrimmage of black and white becomes an offense to the civilized mind. The black and white pieces are so crammed together that they squeak and grate in the jostle of stones. The ones on the edge seems bound to be pushed clean off the board. Sorry. My book. Sorry. Uh, Push clean. No piece can beat its neighbors to make room. None has the right to order those in front to offer the gangway to be crushed behind. All they can do is to crouch down where they are and, without stirring, resign themselves to their fate. Go is a product of the mind of a man, and just as a human taste is accurately mirrored in this ever more restrictive game, so one may see in the cramming of the pieces of the image of the human urge to be jammed up tight together. In that ugly crowding, one may fairly read man's mean antipathy to openness, his deliberate squeezing and diminishment of the very universe, his passion for territorial limitation within such dwarfish boundaries that he rarely steps beyond his own immediate shadow. He wallows in the rigors of constriction, in the painful inhibition of his choice. He is, in short, a masochist. Heaven knows what the flippant-minded Waverhouse and his Zen-besotted friend have chosen today to play their game. But chosen it they have. They dug the board out of some dusty cupboard and found the necessary stones and eventually settled down in the crass fatuity of Go. One expected one might one might be expected of them. They began to play by playing almost skittishly, plunking down their blacks and whites in random scatter across the board. But the board has only just so many squares, and it wasn't long before flippancy and other worldliness found themselves in a conflict. A The pressure increased. So did the verbal exchanges, spiced, as is their wont, with scarcely relevant quotation from the minor Chinese classics. Waver House, your play is simply awful. Can't you see it's crazy to place your piece there? Take it away and try it somewhere else. A mere Zen zealot may choose to think it's crazy, but I learned that ploy from studying the practice of the great Go master Hon Imbo. You must learn to live with greatness. But the piece will be slaughtered. Did not the noble Han Kai accept not only death for the sake of his lord, but even pork on point on? Consider me no less sporting. Fair enough? Right then, that's my move. So that's your decision? Alright, it soothed my troubled brow. As the poets say, a balmy breeze has blown from the south, and the palace grows a shade more cool. Now, say Singleman, if I link my chain of pieces with another piece just here, lo and behold, I am safe. Aha! So you have linked them. My, what a clever old thing you are. I never thought you would see that. But there you go, with a quick flash. Bang, bang, and you think I'm dead. I hope you'll be guided by the good old folk song, Don't Bang the Bells at the Hachiman Shrine. So what do I do now? Waverhouse sought to look crafty. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll put one here. And what will poor Pussy do next? Poor Pussy will next do something both simple and daring, like this, which blocks your line like a sword that points up sharply at the sky. Steady on, old man. If you do that, I've had it. Hang on a moment now. Really? That's not funny. I warn you, you're not to make that move. I offer my abject apologies. You're quite right. I'll take that move back. So while I ponder, take your white off, will you? What? Is this another of your sorry I wasn't really ready gambits? And while you're at it, you might remove the piece right next to it too. You've got a damn nerve. You couldn't be suggesting that I'm cheating, eh? Oh, come on, single man. What a stone or two between two men. Don't act so stuffy. Just be a good chap and take the damn things off. It could hardly matter to a lofty soul like you, but to me, it's a matter of life and death. Like that moment of supreme crisis in kabuki plays when some character comes bounding on stage with shouts of "Hang on! Hold it!" One moment, please. I fail to see the similarities. Never mind what you see or don't see. Just be a decent fellow and take those pieces off the board. This is the sixth time you have asked to have your move back. What a remarkable memory you have. When we play next, I'll double it up to a good round dozen. Anyway, all I'm asking you now is that you should remove a couple of miserable stones, and I must say you're being pretty stubborn about it. And I have thought that with all your years of contemplating your navel, you would have learned by now to show a bit more give. But if I let you off, that daring risk I took just now will stack the odds against me. I thought I heard you are prating that you pay no heed to such mundane considerations such as winning and losing. I certainly don't mind losing, but I don't want you to win. Single man, you dazzle me. With your sophistication of your spiritual enlightenment, I positively gawp at this further manifestation of your gifting for cutting through lightning by dashing your sword with the winds of the spring. You have got that wrong. It should be the other way round. Cutting through the spring winds with a sword flash sharp as lightning. Indeed, indeed, a laughable mistake. Only I somehow feel my very version sounds the better of the two. I see myself as the last of the great Diascines, but let that pass. That passed, the poet said, so may this too. Since I see you have still got all your wits about you, it looks as though I'm done for on this part of board. So I'll best give up the ghost. We have it from the patriarchs that, sharply different as they are, in ultimate reality, there's little to differentiate the quick from the dead. There's too many D's in one sentence. Out of context, once again. We have had it from the patriarchs that, sharply different as they are, in ultimate reality there's little to differentiate the quick from the dead. I think you are dead, and you would be wise to be quick to accept it. Amen, says Waverhouse, slapping down a savage clack the piece on his hand with a different part of the board. While Waverhouse and Singleman are thus slugging it out in front of, change of page, the alcove, Cold Moon and Beauchamp are sitting side by side near the entrance of the room. My wretched master, with his yellow face, sits with them, neatly lined up on the matting of the floor just in front of Cold Moon, eyeing him fishily. Three dried bonitos present, an extraordinary spectacle. He had brought them around the breast of his kimono, and though now exposed in all their nakedness, they still looked warm from afar. Beauchamp and my master was sitting staring at them with a finely balanced mixture of repulsion and curiosity when Cold Moon finally opened his mouth. As a matter of fact, I got back to Tokyo from my visit home about 4 days ago, and I've been so rushed off my feet with this and that I couldn't call around sooner. There was no need to hurry here, observed my master with his usual lack of social grace. I wouldn't have hurried but for my anxiety to give you this fish as quickly as possible. But they are properly dried, aren't they? Oh yes, indeed. Dried bonitos are the specialty of my hometown. A specialty, my master says, but I fancy one may find excellent dried bonito right here in Tokyo. She lifts the largest fish and bending slightly sniffs it. One cannot judge the quality of a dried bonito by smelling it. Are they special because they are that much bigger? Eat one and see. Certainly I shall eat one, but this one here seems to have an edge chipped off. That is precisely why I was in a hurry to get them to you. I don't understand. Well, actually, it's likely not by rats. But that's dangerous. Anyone eating that could blacken the plague. Not at all. It's perfectly safe. Such modest gnawing with mere nips and nibbles never hurt anyone. How on earth did the rats get at it? On board ship? Ship? What ship? How? I took passage here from home and having nothing in which to carry your dried bonitos, I popped them into my violin cloth carrier bag, and it was there. That night the damage was done. Frankly, I would not have cared if the rats have kept to the fish, but unfortunately, perhaps mistaking it for another dried bonito, they also gnawed away the frame of my precious instrument. What idiotic creatures! Perhaps the life at sea blunts the sense of taste. All that salt, the coarseness of the sea gone soul. Having delivered himself these cold, odd remarks, my master sat and stared fish-eyed in an ictrine. at cold moon's wrinkled gift. It's the nature of rats, wherever they may happen to be living, not to discriminate in their rapacity. Hence, even when I had gotten the dried fish into my Tokyo lodging, I worried for their safety. It kept me awake at night, so in the end I took them to my bed and slept with them. How revolting! Surely a danger to health? Yes, I agree. You'd better wash them thoroughly before you eat them. I doubt if washing will do. Perhaps you should soak them in lye, and then, for good measure, to restore the color, polish them up a bit. Aside from sleeping with ratty fish, did you also take your violin to bed? The violin is too bulky to sleep in one's arms. At this point of the conversation was interrupted from the other side of the room by delighted shouts from Waverhouse. Do you mean you have been to bed with a violin? How truly romantic! I recall a poem from the past. The spring is passing, arms can feel the weight of lute becoming real. That, of course, is just an old-fashioned haiku. If he wants to outdo the ancients, the bright young man of today has no choice but to sleep with a violin in his arm. Beauchamp, lend me your ears. How about this for a modern variation of the theme? Beneath this quilted coverlet, warm to one's skin, night long held safe, frets free from fret, my treasured violin. Of course, violins don't have frets, but what's of that? One can't expect nitpicking the accuracy of such detail in such splendid example of new style poetry. Beauchamp, poor fellow, is a literal-minded youth with this serious mold of character cannot accommodate itself to the verve and shameless of frivolity. I'm afraid, he says, that unlike haiku, new style poems cannot be constructed off the cuffs. They need deep thought, deep feeling, arduous fabrication. But once they are properly composed, their exquisite tonation, working on the inmost soul, can call up spirits from the vasty deep. Can they really? Well, I never, says Waverhouse in his false ingenuity best. I'd always thought that only the smoke of ham stalks correctly burned at the feast of the hungry dead could lure souls back to earth. Do you mean that the new style poetry is equally efficacious? Letting his game go hang, he concentrates on teasing Beauchamp. You'll get trounced again if you keep on babbling rubbish, my master warns him, but Waverhouse takes no notice. I, myself, am quite indifferent to winning or losing, but it just so happened that my opponent is now immobilized, squashed up tight like an octopus in a saucepan, and it's only to while away the tedium of waiting for him to decide upon his next wee wriggle of a move that I am forced to join you in your concourse of violins. Singleman snorts in his exasperation. For goodness sake, Waverhouse, it's your move now. I'm the one who's being kept waiting. Ah, so you have made a move. Of course, I have ages ago. Where? I've extended the diagonals of white. So you have. Diagonal and white, his hand extends the line that in disaster ends. Well, in that case, my response shall be, I know not that, it shall be the terror of this earth. As I was saying, I plan, daylight darkened, and the night began. I tell you what, out of the extreme kindness of my heart, I shall grant you an extra move. Place a stone wherever you like. You can't play Go like that. You refuse my generosity? Then you leave me no choice but to. What? Suppose I set a piece down here? over this relatively unsettled territory right in the corner. Incidentally, Coleman, your fiddle can't be up much if the rats don't like it. Why don't you splash out a better one? Shall I get one of those antique models, at least 300 years old, from Italy? I could never thank you enough, especially if you are also so kind to foot the bill. How could anything as old as that be any use whatever? His ignorance does not stop my master from speaking his mind. I think, Sneeze, you are comparing antique fiddles with antiquated men. They are not the same, you know. Yet, among young men, some of the older models, Goldfield for example, become more valuable with age. And when it comes to violin, it's variable case of the older the better. Now, single man, will you please get a move? Being myself a no-win bag. Indeed, a man succeeds if not actually terse in speech. I will not waste time on full quotation from the relevant kabuki play, but have we not been warned by Keimasa the autumn day draws swiftly to their close? It's pure agony playing golf with a feckless galloper like you. There's never time to think. If you insist on a headlong play, that's the way of it. I shall place one here. What a pity! You have escaped my clutches after all. I had hoped you wouldn't make that move. I've been racking my brains to think up enough rubbish to distract you. All, I fear, in vain. Naturally, some of us concentrate on the game, not trying to cheat. Sir, I never cheat. I may pay less regard to the game than the gamemanship, but that is precisely the teaching of the school of Hon Imbo of the Goldfield School and the school of modern gentlemen. I say, Sneeze, you remember the sharpish pickles the single man gobbled down at Kamakura? They seem, after all, to have done them good. He's not much use at goal, but nothing now seems able to perturb him. I take my hat off to his pickled nerves. They are steady as steel. Then why, with his back still turned to Waverhouse, doesn't an inconsequential fidget like yourself make the effort to imitate his steadiness and sense? Waverhouse unusually said nothing but stuck out a large red tongue. Singleman, seemingly unconcerned by these exchanges, tries once again to interest Waverhouse in their game. It's you to go. As Waverhouse takes back his tongue, it looks down at the board. Beauchamp turns to Coleman. Tell me, when did you start playing the violin? I'm very much like to learn, but they say it's terribly difficult. Anyone can learn to play a little. It's always been my sneaking hope that given the similar nature of all arts, persons with an aptitude for poetry ought to be quick at mastering music. Do you think there's anything in it? Perhaps. I'm sure you would do all right. Indeed. Very well. When did you start with your own study of art? In high school. Have I ever told you, said Coleman, turning to my master, how I first came to learn the violin? No, not yet. Well, was it perhaps, asked Beauchamp, that you had some high school music teacher who encouraged you to learn? No, no teacher. In fact, no human encouragement at all. I simply taught myself. Quite a genius. Being self-taught doesn't necessarily mean that one's a genius, says Coleman, looking sour. He is, I think, the only being who would resent being called genius. The point is irrelevant. Just tell us how you taught yourself, and it would be useful to know. I'll be happy to tell you, sir. He addresses my master. Have I your permission to do so? Of course. Please carry on. The streets these days. Are chock-a-block with bright young men walking with violin cases in their hands. But when I was a high school lad, my own particular school was way out in the sticks, where since life was once lived in accordance with a strong tradition of extreme simplicity, Mary, nary a student playing the violin. An interesting story seems to have started over here, single man, so let's pack up this game right now. There's still a few points left undecided. Forget Danmal, I'm only too happy to make you a present of the lot, but I can't accept that. What a meticulous man you are, totally insensitive to the broad approach one expects from a scholar of Zen. Alright then, we'll finish it off in double quick time. Colmoon, my dear fellow, I'm fascinated by your account of that high school. Am I right in thinking that yours must be the one where all the students went barefoot? It's true. I attended the school about which so many lying yarns have been told. But I've heard you drew without shoes and that from 1,000 about turns the sole of your feet grew inches thick. Absolute nonsense. Whoever stuffed you up with a ludicrous canard? Never mind who. But they also say that every student brings in for his own lunch an enormous rice ball as big as a summer orange hanging from his hip on a string. Is that a canard too? It's further said that the student gobbles the rice like mad, unsalted though it is, in order to get the pickled plum allegedly buried inside. They certainly sound an extremely vigorous and hearty group of youngsters. Are you listening, single man? This is exactly the sort of story that appeals to you. I am not at all sure that I get the story's point, but I do indeed approve the simplicity and sturdiness. As to simplicity, there is yet another characteristic of that area which should earn your praise. It is, in fact, so simple that they have not yet heard of making ashtrays or bisectioning bamboo. A friend of mine who was once on the staff of Coal Moon School tried to buy such an ashtray, even one of the roughest here, and the shopkeeper simply told him that since anyone could go and cut himself an ashtray in the forest, there was no point in trying to make them as objects for sale. Now, that's what I call true simplicity, true sturdiness as well. Single man, you agree? Yes, yes, of course. I do. But if you're going to rescue your position, Waverhouse, you must immediately put down and reinforcing piece. Right. I'll make assurance doubly sure. A stone placed there should finish the game. You know, Coleman, I've heard your account of your early struggles. I was frankly amazed. It is quite astonishing. In such a backward place, you should, unaided, have taught yourself to play the violin. More than 2,000 years ago, in the high days of Han, the marvelous man Chu Yuan was writing poems. In the highest of days of the Han, the marvelous man Chu Yuan was writing poems still unmatched about the wonders of life, withdrawn from madding crowd. It could be, Coleman, you were born to be our Chu Yuan. That I should very much dislike. One moment, please. Sorry. I had to uh, take a sip of uh, tea and also put on lip balm because my lips are getting dry. Sorry. um, okay, that I should very much dislike. Well then, how about being the wither of our times? What's that, single man? You want me to pick up my stones and count them? What a pick-a-nutty bore you are. There's no need for counting. It's perfectly obvious that I've lost. But one cannot leave things hanging in the air. One wants to know the score. Alright then. Be so good as to do my counting for me. I really can't be bothered with such a dull accountant's chore when it's my solemn aesthetic duty to learn how the most gifted wither of our day started learning to play the violin. Would you have me shunned by my ancestors? Therefore, says Waverhouse, you must excuse me. Sliding his cushion away from the game board, Waverhouse moved to sit near Cold Moon. Sid Singleman stayed where he was, methodically gathering stones and marshalling them in little armies to be counted. Cold Moon resumes but the telling of his story. It was not only that the land was rugged, its inhabitants was Philistine and coarse. They considered that any student with even the mildest interest in the arts would get them all laughed at for the effeminacy by the students of other prefectures. So, their persecution of anyone guilty of refinement and was so unremittingly merciless. It's a sad fact, says Waverhouse. But the students in Coleman's part of country really are uncouth. But why, for instance, are they always dressed in those dark blue skirted trousers? The color itself is odd enough, but it looks unpleasantly worse against their near black skin, which presumably occasioned by the high degree of sea salt in the local air. Of course, it doesn't greatly matter how dark the men become, but if their women folk are similarly blighted, it must affect their marriage prospects. As usual, when Waverhouse joins in a conversation, its original drift is soon diverted into new and unlikely channels. The women there are no less black than the men. Do the men show any wish to marry them? Since they are all black as each other, no one seems to notice. What a ghastly state of affairs! One's heart bleeds, doesn't it, sneeze, for all the muddy women. Well, if you're asking me, my opinion of women is that black. Fuck, sorry. Well, if you're asking me, my opinion of women is that the blacker they are, the better. The light-skinned female tends to grow more and more conceited every time she sees herself in a mirror, and all women all the time are incorrigible, so anything, says my master with a heavy sigh, that makes them less delighted with themselves is very much to be wished for. But if the entire population is dark-skinned, won't black become beautiful and the blackest most fair? Beauchamp puts his finger on a tricky point. The world would be a better place if we were only rid of them all. My master puts his view in a nutshell. Ooh, ooh, dangerous territory in this book right now. The world. If you go around saying things like that, laughs Waverhouse, your wife will give you a what for later on. No danger of that. She's out? Yes, she went out quite some time, a while ago with the children. No wonder it's been so quiet. Where she's gone? I haven't the faintest idea. She goes out where and when she likes, and she comes home when she likes, more or less. You two don't know how lucky you are to be single. I envy you both from the bottom of my heart. Beauchamp looks slightly uncomfortable, and Cold Moon keeps on grinning. All married men grows to feel like that, says Waverhouse. What about you, single man? Does your wife drive you crazy? Eh? Hang on a tick. 6 fours are 24 plus 1 and 1 makes 27. Waverhouse, you managed to do better than it looked from the layout of the board. The margin is in my favor is no more than measly 18 stones. Now then, what was that you asked? I asked if you two were driven crazy by a troublesome wife. You must be joking. But to answer your question, I'm not particularly troubled by my wife, perhaps because she loves me. Oh, I do beg your pardon. How typical of single men to have a loving wife. Single man's no singleton. The world is full of loving wives. Coleman, in somewhat unlikely champion of ladies, piped up sturdily in their defense. Coleman's right, says Beauchamp. As I see it, there are only two roads by which a man may come to perfect bliss, by the road of love and by the road of art. Of all forms of love, married love is perhaps the noblest. It therefore seems to me that to remain unmarried is to flout the will of heaven. And what, asked Beauchamp, bending one upon Waverhouse his sad and serious gaze. Do you think, sir, think of that? I think you have stated an unanswerable case. I fear that this old bachelor will never enter the sphere of perfect bliss. If you get yourself a wife, you'll have made it doubly sure that bliss will not be yours. My master croaks from the bottom of the grim well of experience. Be that as it may, says Beauchamp, we young bachelors will never grasp the meaning of life unless we open our hearts and mind to the elevating spirituality of the arts. That is why, in the hope that I might learn to improve myself by playing the violin, I am particularly interested to hear more of Coleman's interrupted account of his actual experience. Ah, yes, says Waverhouse, we are going to hear the tale of our young weather's fiddling. Please tell us. I promise no more interruptions. With this belated acknowledgment of his habitual failings, Waverhouse at last shut up. But the spirit of Waverhouse, like the monstrous hydra itself, is not easily suppressed. Cut cut off one's head, and its place grow too. Silence Waverhouse, and single man gives tongue. No man ever, he waffled, become a better man by virtue of a violin. It would be intolerable if universal truth were accessible through a self-abandonment to mere fun, truly to lose the self and thus to achieve the ultimate reality of identity, of self and non-self. A man must be willing to hang by his nails from a cliff, to let go, and to fall to the death in which his spirit may be reborn. With this pomposity, single man sought to reprove Beauchamp's frivolous materialism. However, he might as well have saved his breath, for Beauchamp knows nothing of Zen, and, as his next dry words revealed, has no desire to do so. Really? He comments. You may be right, but I remain convinced that art is the clearest expression of the highest human aspirations, and I am not to be shaken in that conviction. Good for you, says Coleman. I shall be glad to speak of my artistic experience to so congenial a soul. Well, as I was saying, I had great difficulties to contend with before I could even start learning the violin. Can you imagine, Mr. Sneeze, the agonies I suffered merely just to buy a violin? Well, I assume that in a place so generally God-forsaken as to not have hemp-soled sandals for sale, it can't be easy to find a shop that offered violins. Oh, there was a shop all right. and I've saved enough cash for a purchase, but it wasn't as simple as that. Why not? Because I bought a fiddle in a dorp that small, everyone would know, and the brute inhabitants would immediately have made my life unbearable. Believe me, everyone out there was thought to be the least bit arty had a very thin time. Genius is always persecuted, sighs Beauchamp with a deep sympathy. There you go again. Stop calling. I do wish you would stop calling me a genius. It's an embarrassment. Anyway, every day as I pass by that shop where the fiddles were displayed, I say to myself, ah, how wonderful it would be just to hold one in my arm, to be the owner of a fiddle. Oh, how I wish and I wish that one of them were mine. Quite understandable, commented Waverhouse. But it's distinctly odd, my master mused in a voice where his usual bilious perversity was overlaid with genuine wonder, that some otherwise sensible lad should wander about a backwoods hamlet drooling over a violin. It simply proves that I've just been saying. Drooling is a sign of a genius. Only single men held aloof, vouchsafing nothing and twisting his foolish beard. Perhaps you are wondering how there came to be violins available in such a graceless place, but the explanation is quite simple. There was, you see, a ladies' academy in the neighborhood, and since the curriculum included daily violin practice, the local shopkeepers were quick to exploit such a captive market. Of course, the violins were of poor quality, more rustic use than genuine violins, and the shop folk treated them very roughly, hanging them up at the shop entrance in hunches of two or three like so many vegetables. Yet as one passed the shop, one could hear them humming in the wind, or in response to some shop boy's casual finger quivering into sound. Their singular timbre, every time I heard it, it thrilled my heart to such a pitch of excitement that I felt could but it could but burst. That sounds dangerous. There are, of course, many varieties of epilepsy, such as that bought the sight of water and provoked by the presence of crowd. But our young Werther, says Waverhouse, never one to miss an opportunity to wallow in the absurd, seems unique in suffering seizures at the thrumming of fiddle strings. But the plodding Beauchamp, prosaic even in his passion for the poetic, wouldn't recognize a flight of fancy if it landed on his nose. It's not a matter of mockery, he snaps. No man can truly be an artist unless he has sensitivities as keen as Colemoon's. As I say again, Colemoon is a genius. Colemoon still looks restless to have such greatness thrust upon him. No, no, he says. Maybe it really is some epileptic variant, but the fact remains that the timbre of the sound moves me to the core. I've played and heard the violin time and time again since then, and nothing ever has matched the beauty of that random music. There are no words to convey the faintest echo of its magic. Nobody paid the slightest attention to Singleman when rather aptly as it seemed to me he quoted from an obscure Taoist text, "Only from gems, the jewels in its hilt, could such sweet sounds have issued from the sword." I felt sorry, not only for Singleman, but for Chuang-Tzu too, that the words were left to die. Days after day, for many months, I walked past that shop, but I heard that marvelous music only thrice. On the third occasion, I decided that, come what may, I would have to buy a violin. Reproof from the people of my own district, sneers from the slopes in the neighboring prefectures, thumping Organized by my fellow students, fist lynches to a man. Not even formal expulsion from the school could budge me from my resolution. I had no choice but to satisfy my all consuming need. I would buy a violin. How characteristic of a genius! That drive, a total concentration upon fulfillment of an inner need. Ah, Coleman, how I envy you! How I have longed, lifelong, always in vain, to experience such vehemence. I go to concerts and I strain my ears until they ache in effort to be carried away, but for all my full-hearted striving, nothing seems to happen. How you must pity, said Beauchamp in tones that mixed black sadness and green envy, us earth-bound clods. Count yourself lucky, Colmoon answers. If I can speak of my own enthrallment now with relative calm, but then it was pure agony, excruciating agony. Anyway, my masters, in the end, I took the plunge and bought a violin. Say so. Say on. It was on the eve of the Emperor's birthday in November. Everyone in my lodging has gone off to some hot spring for the night, and the place was empty. I would report it sick that day, and absenting myself from school, had stayed in bed, where all day long I nursed the single thought, this evening I'll go out and get that violin. You mean you played truant by shaming illness? By shamming illness? That's right. Talent, indeed. Talent, indeed, says Waverhouse, lost in wonder. Perhaps he is really a genius. As I lay with my head sticking out in the bedclothes, I grew impatient for the nightfall. The night, to break the tension, I ducked beneath the covers and with my eyes closed tight, entreated to sleep, which did not come. So I pulled my head back out, only to find the fierce autumn sun still fully ablaze on the paper window 6 feet long, which niggled me. I then noticed high up on the paper window a long stringy shadow which every so often wavered in the autumn wind. What was that long stringy shadow? Oh, thank you! Thank you. Also, wait, hang on, give me a moment. I'm gonna take a quick bio break. I'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, I am back, and thank you to Supernovae for the follow. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Sorry, needed a very quick bio break then. Also refill my tea. All right, let me see. Where did I stop? What was that long stringy shadow? Peeled astringent persimmons strung like beads on raffia cords suspended from the eaves. What happened next? Next, having nothing else to do, I got up from the bed and opened the paper window and went out onto the veranda. And there I detached one of the persimmons that had dried to sweetness, and I ate it. Did it taste good? My master can be trusted, whatever the subject, to find a childish question to be asked. Excellent. Persimmons down there are really superb. You will not taste their like anywhere in Tokyo. Never mind the persimmons. What did you do next? This time it was Beauchamp who was pressing for clarification. Next, I ducked into the bed again, closed my eyes, and breathed a silent prayer to all the gods and Buddhas for nightfall to come soon. It then seemed that 3, perhaps 4 long hours had passed, so, thinking the evening must have come, I brought my head out from the under of the bedclothes. To my surprise, the fierce autumn sun was still fully ablaze on the 6-foot paper window, and on its upper part those long and stringy shadows were still swaying. We have heard all that. The same sequence happened again and again, and in any event I got up from bed and opened the paper window, ate one persimmon and that had dried from to sweetness, went back to bed and breathed a silent prayer to all gods and Buddhas for nightfall to come. We don't seem to be making much progress with that promised story about learning how to play the violin. Don't rush me. Just listen, please. Well, having endured the next 3 or perhaps 4 hours in my bed until I thought surely it must be now be evening, I popped my head up out of the covers only to find the fierce autumn sun still fully blazed on the paper window, while its upper part the long stringy shadows were asway. You are getting us nowhere. Then I got up from bed, opened the paper window, went out onto the veranda, ate one persimmon dried to sweetness, and so you ate another one? Is there no end to your dreary guzzle of persimmons dried to sweetness? Well, my impatience grew worse. Your impatience? What about ours? You want everything to be rushed along so that I can find it hard to continue my story. If Coleman finds it hard, so does his audience. Even the devoted Beauchamp makes a little whimpers of complaint. If you find listening too hard, I have no choice but to bring my story abruptly to its end. In short, I repeated this oscillation between eating persimmons and ducking into bed until the fruit were gone. By the time you guzzled, the lot of sun must surely have gone down. As a matter of fact, it hadn't. After I had eaten the last persimmon, I ducked back into bed, and in bed due course popped my head out yet again, only to find the fierce autumn sun still fully ablaze upon the 6-foot paper window. I have had enough of this. It just goes on and on. Me too. I'm bored stiff with the way you tell your tiresome story. But it isn't easy on me, you know. With the degree of perseverance you have already proven, you possess no enterprise whatsoever could be too difficult. If we had sat here uncomplaining, your autumn sun would have gone on blazing until tomorrow morning. Tell me this, do you, and if you so when, intend to buy that violin? Even the defatigable Waverhouse is showing signs of wear. Single man alone seems unaffected by the slow unrolling, or rather the slow unrolling and re-rolling of Cold Moon's quaint account. For all he cared, Cold Moon's autumn sun could go on blazing all through the night, even perhaps until the day or days beyond tomorrow. Common too shows no sign of strain. Calm and composed, he drones on with his story. Someone has asked me when I intend to buy my violin. The answer is that I intend to go out and buy it just as soon as the sun has set. It is hardly my fault that whenever I peer out from the bedclothes, the autumn sun is still so brilliantly ablaze. Oh, how I suffered! It was far, far worse, that deep impatience in my soul, than this superficial irritation which seemed so pettily to irk you all. After I had eaten the last of the hanging persimmons and saw the day still bright, I could not help but perish into tears. Beauchamp, my dear fellow, I felt so reft of hope that I wept and wept. I'm not at all surprised. Your weeping does you credit. All artists are essentially emotional, and their tears are distillation of the truth of things. Nevertheless, one does rather wish that you could speed things up a little bit. Beauchamp is a decent hearted creature, and even when he is knee deep in absurdities, maintains his earnest manner. Much as I like to speed things up, the laggard sun won't set. It hangs up is most hard to bear. Your endlessly unsetting sun is no less hard on us, your tan and sweating audience. So let us forget the whole interminable tale before it lenters kills us. Scrub it, Coleman, says my master, who is now quite clearly nearing the end of his tether. You will find it harder still if we stop at this point, for we are now coming to the really interesting part of the story. Alright then, we are prepared to listen, but only on one condition, that the sun goes down. That's pretty tall order, but all things yield to my revered teacher, and lo, the sun has set. How extraordinarily convenient. Single man uttered his toneless comment with such nonchalance that everyone broke into laughter. So night at last had fallen. You can perhaps imagine my relief. With great stealth I slipped out of my lodgings into the quietness of the saddle tree, for so that the huddle of poor dwellings had been named. My nature shrinks from noisy places, so that despite the obvious conveniences of a city life, I had at the time chosen to withdraw from the whirls of the world, and to live secluded in a snail shell of dwelling, a farmhouse miles from anywhere in the corner of the countryside, scarce trodden by the foot of man. That scarce trodden by the foot of man seems to be piling it on a bit, objects my master. That scarce tro- and that touched about the snail shell dwelling adds Waverhouse is insufferably bombastic. Why don't you say in a tiny room too small even to have an alcove? That would sound much better, if only because a great deal less affected. But Beauchamp, as he immediately makes clear, finds the description praiseworthy. Whatever the fact of the room's dimensions, Coleman's phrasing is poetic. I find it rather pleasing. The meticulous Singleman chips in with a serious inquiry. It must have been an exhausting business trudging there and back to school from such a remote shack. How many miles, roughly, would you say? Perhaps about 500 yards. You see, the school itself was in the remote village. In that case, many of its students would have been boarded in the nearby lodgings. Is that correct? Single man in relentless tone which suggests the far-off baying of bloodhounds. Yes, most of the farm dwellings had one or two students' lodges. Yet you did Yet did you not describe the place as ghastly, trodden by the foot of man? Single man moves in for the kill. I did indeed, but for the school, the place would have been virtually uninhabited. Now, let me tell you how I was dressed as I slipped out into lonely saddle tree in the deepening husk. Over the padded hand-woven cotton kimono, I wore the brass button overcoat of my school uniform, with the overcoat hood pulled well down over my head to make sure I had not been recognized. I drifted along the road in such a way as not to attract attention. Being November, the road from my lodgings to Southern Highway was thickened with fallen persimmon leaves. Every step I took out set the dead leaves scurrying, and their rustles behind me seemed proof that I was being followed. When I turned and looked back, the dense mass of the Torei temple, blacker than its surrounding forest, loomed up black above me. As you may know, the temple is the family shrine of the Matsudaira clan, an extremely quiet and little visited building. It lies at the foot of Mountain Koshin, not more than 100 yards from where I was then living. Above the forest trees, the sky vast hollow glittered with moonlit stars, while the Milky Way slicing across the river of long rapids stretched east and ever east toward, now let me see, towards, well, yes, Hawaii. Hawaii? That's quite startling, said startled Waverhouse. I walked some 200 yards along the southern highway, entered the township from Eagle Lane, turned into Old Castle Street and up Great Bushel Road, and so past First Street, Second Street, and the Third Street, all running off Main Street, which itself runs parallel to the road of the cost of food. From there I took Owari Street, Nagoya Street, and the Street of the Magic Dolphin into Fishball Lane, and thence you can spare us the topography. What we want to know, my master rudely interrupts, is whether or not you bought the violin. The man who sells musical instruments is Kaneko Zenbei, so using parts of his name, he calls his shop Kane Zen. But to reach the shop, sir, we still have some way to go. Forget the distance, just go buy a violin, just do it quickly. Your wish, sir, is always my command. Well then, I got to Kanezen. The shop was ablaze with lantern light and... Ablaze? Oh no, not that again. How often are you going to scorch us with the blazing repetition? Oh, okay. See you soon, Keiko. I'll see you next Monday. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, Exia is here. I thought Exia couldn't make it. Aturia Pendra. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Lanikia Supernova. Ah, Supernovae. So you are the one who followed me on Twitch just now. Thank you. Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, you guys. Oh, Tatamina and Rico. Everyone is here. Cardia Jupiter is here as well. Oh my god. Everyone is here to finish up the story. That's so awesome. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you. Alrighty then. We shall continue. A blaze? Oh no, not that again. How often this time you are going to scorch us with the blazing repetition? On this occasion, it was Waverhouse who raised the fire alarm. Friends, have no fear. It's only a passing kind of blaze that lights your immediate horizon. It will, I do assure you, flicker and die down. Well, As I peer through the light blaze from the shop, I can see a faint reflection of that glare shining from polished body of a violin, while the roundness of his pinched-in waist gleams so coldly. So falls the lantern's light across its tightly drawn string that only a section of the fiddle stringing flings out at me at its glistening darts of silver. Now that, says Beauchamp, almost moaning in his pleasure at his words, is a truly masterly piece of description. That's the one, I thought. That's the one for me. The blood began pounding in my head, and my legs so weakened they could barely hold me up. Behind a scornful smile, Singleman grunted. Instinctively, and with no further thought, I rushed into the shop, yanked out my purse, and pulled from it a couple 5 yen notes. And in the end, you bought it? Asked my master. I was certainly going to do so, but then I thought to myself, wait, this is the moment of crisis. If I do act rashly, I may bungle things. Should I not pause for a deeper reflection? So at the 11th hour, I reined myself in. Oh, sweet heaven, groaned my master. Do you mean to say that even now, after we slog behind you across the veritable Australias of balderdash, you have still not bought your fiddle? You really do, you really do drag things out. And for all piddling contraption of cheap wood and catgut. It is not, sir, my intention to drag things out. I cannot help being unable to buy it. Why can't you? Why can't I? Because it's still too early in the evening. There were still too many people passing by. Why does it matter if there are 2 or even 300 people in the streets? Coleman, you really are an extraordinary man, my master shouted in his anger and frustration. If they were just people, says Coleman, even 1,000, even 2,000 of them, of course, it wouldn't matter. But many of them were in fact my fellow students, prowling about with their sleeves rolled up and with bludgeons in their hands. There's a particular group, the dregs, who pride themselves on being permanently at the bottom of the class. I had to be careful because louts of that kind are invariably good at judo, and I dare not take the risk of any kind of tangle with them. For who knows where even the most trivial brush with violence may end. Of course, I yearned to have that violin, but I was also fairly anxious to remain alive. Preferably, to go on breathing without playing a violin to lying dead for having played it. Then am I right thinking that you didn't buy a fiddle? My master struggles on in search of certainties. Oh, but I did make a purchase. Coleman, you are driving me mad. If you are going to buy a fiddle, buy it. If you don't want to buy one, don't. But for the sake of my sanity, please settle the matter one way or the other. Coleman grinned. Things settle themselves, he said, and all too rarely in the way one had hoped for. With careless care, he lit a cigarette and blew out smoke at the ceiling. I think it was a smoke which finally snapped my master's patience. In any event, it was at this point that he abruptly rose to his feet, went off to his study, returning with a musty-looking foreign book, lay down flat on his stomach, and began to read. Singleman had earlier slipped away unremarked and is now sitting in front of the alcove, playing Go by himself. The plain fact is that Coleman's story has proved so boringly long that one by one his listeners have abandoned him. Only 2 of them are sticking it out. Beauchamp, with his unquenchable faith in art, and Waverhouse, to whom longueur is second nature. Cold moon somewhat crudely blew out a last long stream of smoke and resumed telling his story at the same leisurely pace. Having decided that an immediate purchase of that violin would be ill-timed, I now had to decide upon a suitable timing. That early part of the evening had already been found too dangerous, and the shop would of course be closed if I come too late. Clearly, the ideal time would be somewhere between closing time and after the prowling students had all retired to their lairs. Yet to identify the precise best moment to purchase was not, as I am sure of you, Beauchamp, will appreciate, all at all easy. I can see it would be difficult. Eventually, I fixed upon 10 o'clock as the best time for action. But what should I do until then? I didn't much like the idea of going back to my lodgings just to sneak out again, while visiting some friend for a time wasting chat struck me as too foolish. I I accordingly decided to pass the waiting period in a simple stroll around town. 2 or 3 hours, I thought, could always be quickly, congenially consumed in such a leisured ramble. But on this particular evening, so leadenly, by the time dragged by the understood as deeply in my heart as if myself had coined that ancient line which says, "A single day seems long as thousand autumns." Coleman twisted his features into a pattern which he presumably considered expressive of agonies of waiting, and confident of some suitable reaction from Waverhouse, turned the full glare of his fake distress upon the subtle Ayazad. Nor was he disappointed. Waverhouse would interrupt the announcement of his own death sentence for the sake of hearing himself babble, and Coleman's look of open invitation was utterly irresistible. "As I recall," he immediately responded, "this old song tells us not only that it is painful to be kept waiting by the beloved, but also one might of course expect that the waiter feels more pain than the awaited. So, perhaps, the Eve-strung violin actually experienced more bitter pains than did you on your aimless and dispirited wandering around town like some clueless detective." Dispirited is a splendid word. Isn't the Chinese who say dispirited as an unfed dog in a house of mourning? Indeed, there's nothing more dismaying than the whining of a homeless dog. A dog? That's cruel. I've never before been likened to a dog. As I listen to your story, I feel as though I was reading a biography of some ancient master artist, and my heart brims with sympathy for your suffering. Our tame comedian Waverhouse was only trying to be funny when he compared you with a dog. Take no notice of his nonsense, but pray continue with your story. Beauchamp pours oil on potentially troubled waters, but Coleman in truth needs neither encouragement nor consolation. Come what may, he is going to tell his story. "Well," he continued, "I wandered up Infantry Road and along the street of 100 Houses, and thence met through the Money Changers' Alley and into the street of the Falconers. There I counted the first-hand withered willows in front of the prefectural office, and then the lighted windows in the side walls of the hospitals, and I smoked 2 cigarettes on Dyer's Bridge, and then I looked at my watch. Was it yet 10 o'clock? Not yet, I'm sorry to say. I drifted across Dyer's Bridge, and as I walked eastward along the river path, I passed a homebound group of 3 messieurs. Somewhere in the distance dogs were howling at the moon. To hear on an autumn night by riverside the distant barking of dog that sounds like some scene-setting speech from a kabuki play. You, Cold Moon, are cast as the fugitive hero. Have I done anything wrong? You are about to do something frightful. That's a bit much. All I'm going to do is just to buy a violin. If that's too to be considered criminal, every student at every school of music must be guilty of crime. Criminality is not determined by absolute standard of good or evil. The acts of criminal may actually be good, but in absolute terms, but since they have not been recognized as good by the consensus of public opinion and enshrined in the way of law, they will be treated and punished as crimes. Thank you so much for the reminder. Ah, hey, 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 hey. Hey, Karya. Thank you, Exia, for the reminder. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Oh, hello, Endo. I saw you came in. I'll do a stretch as well. Might as well. What a day. Hello, 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 everyone. Okay, I'll try to do as little pause as possible and then I'm gonna continue. Alrighty. Alright. That's a bit much. All I'm going to do All I'm going to do is to buy a violin. And if that's to be considered criminal. Oh, wait, how do you do that? Okay. The acts of a criminal may actually be good in absolute terms, but since they have not been recognized as good by the consensus of public opinion enshrined in the law, they will be treated and punished as crimes. It is extremely difficult to establish what in truth is a crime. For what is truth? Christ himself, in the context of his society, was a criminal and was punished as a criminal. Of the bloodline of King David, he was accused by his fellow Jews of wishing to be king. He did not deny the charge, which naturally very seriously to the Roman governor that of that conquered province, and the plague of his crucifix, the kings of Jews identified his crime. Now, does our handsome Coleman deny being an artist in a society where artists are regarded as offensive? Or lusting after a violin in a community where such a filthy emotion is virtually criminal? Alright, says Coleman, I acknowledge my guilt, but what worries me is how to pass the time until 10 o'clock, until finally deigns to arrive. Nonsense! You can run through, yet again, that time-consuming naming of streets. If that doesn't work, you can hold up your dear old autumn sun for a few more bouts of blazing. And what about those persimmons, sun-dried, of course, to sweetness? I'm sure you could eat at least another 3 dozen. That sort of stuff will keep you going until 10. And I'm prepared to listen for as long as you like. Coleman had the grace to break into a broad grin. Since you have taken the very words off my mouth, I wouldn't insist on using them myself. So, by artistic distortion of truth, all of a sudden it is 10 o'clock. Right on that appointed hour I returned to Kane-zen. The streets were deserted, the sound of my wooden clocks was desperately lonely. The big outer shutters had already been hoisted into place across the front of the shop, and only the paper sliding door of its small entrance was still available for use. As I slid the door open, I was again assailed by a vaguely uneasy feeling that some sneaking dog was slinking along behind me. At this point, my master glanced up from his grubby looking book and asked, "Have you bought the violin yet?" "He's just going to buy it now," said Beauchamp. "What? He still hasn't bought it after all this time? Buying fiddles must be an arduous business." My master mutters to himself and turned back to his reading. Single man, who has now practically covered the whole board with black and white pieces, maintains his disinterested silence. Summoning my courage, I dived into the shop and with my head buried in my hood and said that I wanted to buy a violin. Several shop boys and young assistants were sitting chattering around the brazier, looked up in surprise and stared at my half-hidden face. Automatically, with my right hand, I tucked the hood still lower, and when I asked for a second time to be shown a violin, the boy seated nearest to me, who had been trying to peer under my hood, got to his feet and with a half-hearted "Certainly, sir," slouched off to the front of the shop and came back with a tight cluster of some 4 or 5. In my response to my question, he said a violin cost 5 yen and 20 cents. As cheap as that? They must be all toys. Are they all the same price? Yes, he answered. All the same price. All exactly the same and all strongly, carefully constructed. I took out my purse, extracted it, 1 5 yen note and 20-cent silver coin. Then I wrapped the violin in a big cloth I especially bought for that purpose. Apart from myself and the inquisitive shop boy, no one in the shop had spoken a word since I entered. They just sat there watching me. Since my face was well concealed, I knew there was no risk of being recognized, but still, I felt nervous and anxious to get back out to the street as quickly as possible. At long last, with my cloth-wrapped treasure tucked inside my overcoat, I left the shop. "Thank you, sir," they chorused as I did so, and my blood ran cold. Outside, I glanced quickly up and down the street. It was pretty well empty, except that, perhaps 100 yards away, I could hear some 2 or 3 voices quoting Chinese poems at each other in accents so loud as to waken the whole town. Edgy as ever, fearing the less loudness of the voices forewarned a troublesome incident with argumentative drunks, I slipped away westward around the corner of the shop, hurried along beside the moat until I come out on Drug King's Temple Road. Then, passing through the outer village and through the mountain of caution, I at last got back to my lodgings, and the time was 10 to 2. "Then you have been walking practically all night long," exclaimed Beauchamp, with his usual admiring sympathy. "So, at long last, it's over," says Waverhouse with impolitely obvious relief. The way it went on and on, it was like a traveler's backgammon. "But it's only now," protests Coleman, "that we come to the really interesting part. So far it's only prelude." "More to come? That's terrible. You cannot expect the patience of your audience to last through the full recital of such exhausting prelude." "I only hope that for their sake my audience will bear with me. To break off now would be, as the saying has it, to have plowed a field and then forgot to sow the seed. I shall therefore press on." "My dear chap," says Waverhouse, "what you decide to say is entirely up to you. For my part, I shall simply sit here and hear whatever that is I'll hear. What about you, my revered master? Will you consent to be gracious as to hearken to my stumbling tale? May I mention, sir, that I have already bought a violin." "So what are you proposing? To sell it? I see no reason to listen to an odyssey of sale." "I am far from selling it." "In that case, there's even less need to listen. Your decision grieves me. Well then, Beauchamp, it seems that only you have the kindness and discriminating taste to hear me out. I confess it's all a bit discouraging, but never mind. I'll do my best to be brief. You need not to be brief. Take your time. I find your story fascinating. Well, now, where was I? Ah, yes, back safely in my lodgings. The the proud possessor after so many vicissitudes of my precious violin, but my troubles were not over. First, I did not know where to keep it. All sort of visitors were accustomed to dropping in on me, so I couldn't just leave it about the place where they could immediately spot it. If I dug a hole and buried it, it would be tiresome to dig it out whenever I want to play. Quite so. Could you perhaps hide it up in the ceiling? I was lodged in a farmhouse, so the ceiling has no boards. That was hard. Where did you put it then? Where do you think I put it? I have no idea. In the space where storm bars for the windows can be slid away? No. Wrapped up in a bedcloth and tucked away in the bedding cupboard? No. While Beauchamp and Colmoon continued with their guessing game, my master and Waverhouse became engrossed in totally separate conversation. Have you read these lines? My master asked. Which lines? These two lines. What's this then? Uh, Qui a lui est mulier nisi MC inimica. It's I think it's Latin. Yeah, it's Latin. Yeah, I know it's Latin, but how do you read it? Come off, sneeze, says Waverhouse evasively as his sensitive nose sensed danger. You're always bragging about your knowledge of the dead languages. Can't you read it yourself? Of course I can, quite easily. But I'm asking you for your reading of this particular text. You know how to read it, yet you ask me what it means. That's a bit thick, you know. Never mind if it's thick or thin, just translate the Latin into English. Such giving of orders, such military ways. Do you take me for your Batman or something? Don't slide away from the question behind military smokescreen. Just be good as to let me hear your version of those two lines. Let's leave your Latin problems for the moment. I'm keen, aren't you, to keep up with the development of Colmoon's extraordinary story. He's just coming to a crisis point, trembling between discovery and a successful caching of his treasure. Am I not right, Colmoon? Well, how did you cope with your dilemma? Waverhouse evinces a sudden new enthusiasm for Colmoon's fantasy on the violin and moves over to rejoin the fiddle group. My wretched master, I regret to say, is left alone with his text. Encouraged by this unexpected attention, Colman proceeded to explain where he had hidden his violin. I ended up, he said, by smuggling it away into the coal varnished wicker box that my grandmother had given me for storing clothes when I first left home. It was her parting gift to me, and she herself, I seem to remember, brought it into the family as a part of her own bridal gear. Such an antique would hardly seem to sort with a brand new violin. What do you think, Beauchamp? I agree. They sound like a poor match. But you yourself suggested the ceiling, and that, said Coleman, squashing Beauchamp, is hardly a good match either. Despite the oddity of Coleman's hidey hole, his decision strikes me as the very stuff of a haiku. Let's not start a squabble. How about this? In an ancient wicker box a hidden violin, a feeling of utter lonesomeness as the autumn closes in. Today you're fairly oozing with the little scripts. Not just today, day in, day out, they are well up in my mind. My knowledge of the art is so profound that even the great Masao Gashiki was struck by its depth. Goodness! Do you know Shiki? Asked the honest-hearted Beauchamp. His voice rose in serious enquiry, and he sounded thrilled, actually, to know someone who had known the late great master poet. We were never physically close, said Waverhouse, but we were always directly in warm contact by a kind spiritual telepathy. Shocked, even disgusted by this ridiculous answer, Beauchamp fell silent. Colmoon merely smiled and went on with his own improbable story. Having decided on how to hide it, my next problem was how to make use of it. I foresaw I foresaw no trouble about taking it out from its wicker box and looking at it, but such mere gloating would hardly suffice. I needed to be able to play it, but the resulting sound would scarcely pass unnoticed. Therein lay a particular danger because the leading bully boy of those damnable dregs happened to lodge in the boarding house immediately south of mine, with the two buildings were in fact separated only by the scrawny hedge of consisting a single row of roses of Sharon. That's a stinking luck, Beauchamp chimes in sympathetically. Stinking luck indeed, for one cannot mask telltale sound. As we all know, the whereabouts of luckless Lady Kogo were betrayed to the vengeful Taira by the sound of her harp. If, says Weberhouse, you were merely guzzling stolen food or faking paper money, that could be managed, but one cannot scrape a fiddle and keep one's presence hidden. If only my fiddle made no sound, I could have gotten away with it. You speak as though sound were the only betrayer, but there are soundless things which still cannot be hidden. I remember years ago when we were self-catering students lodging in a temple over at Koishikawa. One of our gang, a certain Suzuki To, was passionately fond of sweetened cooking sake. He used to keep it in a beer bottle, never offered it around and swig it all by himself. One day when Suzuki was out for a walk, otherwise decent sneeze, very unwisely nicked Suzuki's bottle, took a couple of gulps, and then, "That's a flat lie. I never touched Suzuki's stuff. It's always you who were knocking it back," exclaimed my master suddenly in a very loud voice. "Oh, you are still with us, aren't you? I thought you were still so busy in your book that I could safely tell terrible truths without fear of interruptions by the guilty party. But all the time you were listening, which just shows what a sneaky, sake sneaking sort of fellow you are. One talks of people who are equally skilled in thought and action. Thought and action are more your style. I don't deny that. Now and again I took a modest nip from Suzuki's bottle, but you were the villain who got found out. And how did you come out to be caught? Just listen to this, you two. We all know, don't we, that our miserable host is anyway incapable of serious drinking. Alcohol. He just couldn't take it. But just because the cooking sake belonged to someone else, he slugged it down as though his life depended on it. Imagine what inevitably followed. His face swelled up and turned ghastly red. It was most fearsome sight. "Pipe down, Waverhouse. You can't even read Latin." "That's a laugh. You wanna laugh? Then listen to this sequel. When Suzuki got back, he made a beeline for his grog, lifted the bottle, shook it, and immediately discovered it was more than half empty. Sneeze had really given it hammering. Of course, Suzuki realized that someone had been at it, and he looked around, and there was Sneeze, flat out in the corner, as stiff and dully scarlet as some crude clay doll. Remembering the ludicrous incident, Waverhouse exploded into a raucous laughter and others joined in. Even my master chuckled into his book. Only single man seems proof against low comedy. He is probably overstrained his Zen besotted mind with all these bits of stones. In any event, slumped down across the board, he has fallen fast asleep. When his guffaws had ended, Waverhouse began again. I remember another occasion when a noiseless action nevertheless betrayed itself. I had gone he said, to a hot spring inn in Ubako where I found myself sharing a room with some old man who was, I believe, a retired draper from Tokyo. Since he was no more to me than a temporary roommate, it hardly matters whether he was a retired draper or practicing second-hand clothes dealer. But I thought you would like a bit background detail. In any event, he had gotten me into trouble. That is to say, after some 3 days at the inn, I ran out of cigarette. Ubako is an out-of-the-way place, miles up in the mountains, with only a single inn and absolutely nothing else. One can eat and one can bathe in the hot spring. But that's all. Imagine what it's like to run out of facts in Ubako. It put me under the strain. When one is deprived of something, one begins to crave for it as it never before. Though I'm not much of a smoker, the moment I realized I was out of cigarettes, I found myself aching for a puff. What made it worse was that the old man had brought with him a big stock of cigarettes carefully bundled up in carrying cloth, from which he would take out several at a time, squat down right in front of me, and chain smoke like a sooted chimney. If he had smoked in an ordinary, decently human sort of way, I would not have hated him so passionately. But he flaunted his tobacco wealth. He made smoke rings, blew the fumes out forward, sideways, straight up the ceiling, in and out his nostril, almost out of his ears, until I could have killed him. Some men are born show off. This man was a smoke off. What do you mean a smoke off? If you flaunt your clothes or jewelry, you are a show off. If you flaunt your facts, you are a smoke off. If it put you through such agony, why didn't you simply ask him to let you a few of his cigarette? There's a thing a man can't do. To beg, I am ashamed. It's wrong to ask for a cigarette? Perhaps not actually sinful, but I could never beg. Then what did you do? As a matter of fact, I stole. Oh dear. When the old man was clutching his personal hand towel, tottered off for a hot spring bath, I knew my chance had come. I looted his hoard and I smoked and smoked and smoked as fast as I could go, and just as I was smirking to myself, partly with the pleasure of smoking, partly with the even greater self-satisfaction of successfully thieved, the door opened and there he was again. What happened to his bath? Oh, he was certainly planning to take it, but when he had gone some way down the corridor, he suddenly remembered that he had left his purse behind, so he came back to get it. Damn cheek, as if I would steal someone's purse. Well, wouldn't you? You seem to have been pretty quick with his secret. You must be joking. That's not the same at all. Anyway, apart his disgraceful behavior, in the matter of time, in the matter of the purse, the old man proved a person of real feeling. When he opened the door was thick with at least 2 days' worth of cigarette smoke. Ill news travel fast, they say. It didn't take him long to read the situation. Did he say anything? He hadn't lived all those years without growing more shrewd than that. Saying nothing, he wrapped some 50 or 60 cigarettes in a piece of paper, and then turning to me, he cautiously observed, "Do please forgive their miserable quality, but if these cigarettes could be of any use to you, I would be honored if you accept them." Then he went off down to his bath. Perhaps that's what's meant by the Tokyo style. I don't know if it's Tokyo style or Draper style anyway. After that incident, the old man and I became friends and we spent most of the most enjoyable 2 weeks together. With free cigarettes for fortnight? Since you ask me, yes. My master finds it difficult to give in gracefully, but he sometimes tries. He accordingly closed his books, rolled off his stomach, and said, as he sat up, "Have you finished with the violin?" "Not yet." We have just coming to the interesting part, so do please listen. As for the person flaked out on the go board, what was his name? What? Single man? Well, I'll like him to listen to. It's bad for him to sleep so much. Surely it's time to that we woke him up. Hey, single man, wake up! Wake up! There's an interesting story. Do wake up. They say it's bad for you to sleep so much. Your wife is getting anxious. Eh? Single man lifted his face. Slobber had dribbled down his goatee, to leaving a long shining line of slug had trailed its slime down him across him. I was sleeping, he managed to get out. Like a white cloud on top of a mountain top, I had a delightful nap. We have all seen how delightfully you sleep. Suppose you wake up now. I expect it's time I wake. Has anyone had anything to say worth hearing? Paul Moon's been telling us about his violin. He's just about to. What he's about to going to do? Come on, Sneeze, what was it? I haven't the foggiest idea. Well, Coleman intervened. I am, he said, just about to play. He's still going to play the violin at last. Come over here and join us and as we listen. Still a violin? Bother. You have no cause to be bothered because you are one of those people who only play on stringless harps. Coleman here has every reason to be bothered out of his tiny skull because his screeching squawks are heard all over the neighborhood. Ah, yes. Coleman, don't you know? Don't you yet know how to play a violin without being heard by your neighbors? No, I don't. If there is such way, I would very much like to learn about it. There's really nothing to learn. Just concentrate, as all the Zen masters advise, on the pure white cow which stands there in the alley. Desire will drop away from you, and an enlightenment occurs. You'll find you already know how soundless music can be played, and you will already know you'll have no need to learn. Single man distorted messages from the gateless gate even when he's wide awake is usually incomprehensible. But Coleman simply assumed that the man babbled like that because his brain was still floating about somewhere in the land of Nod, so he deliberately ignored him and continued his story. After a long thought, I devised a plan. The next day being the Emperor's birthday, a national holiday, I proposed to spend it in a bed. But I felt restless all day long, and I kept getting up, first to lift and then to replace the lid of my wicker box. And then, in due course, the daylight faded and the crickets in the bottom of my grandmother's parting gift began to chirrup. I took my courage in both hands and lifted the violin and its bow from its beating place. At wonderful last! Cheer up, Beauchamp. Coleman's getting to play. Kid, take it easy now, warns Waverhouse. Gently, gently, Coleman. Don't do anything hasty. Let caution rule your twilight. First, I took out the bow and examined it from the tip to its guard. You sound like some half-wit seller of swords, chaffed Waverhouse. If you can take a bow in your hands and feel it is your own soul that you are holding, then you will have achieved the same spiritual condition which transfuses a samurai when he unsheathes his white honed blade and dotes upon it in the failing light of autumn. Holding that bow in my hands, I trembled like a leaf. What a genius, sighs Beauchamp. Ah, what an epileptic, added Waverhouse tartly. Please, said my master, please get along playing it. And right now, and right away, please. Single man makes a wry face as though acknowledging the pointlessness of trying to bring light of the invisibly ignorant. Happily, the bow proved in perfect condition. Next, I took the violin and holding it close under the lamp, examined its front and back. All these preparations. Thank you. These preparations had taken about 5 minutes. Please now try to picture the scene. Tired. Oh, thank you, Skiggles Fine, for the follow. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I try my best. I do try my best. I do read too fast sometimes, my apologies. Okay. Now please try to picture the scene. Tirelessly from the bottom of their box, the crickets are still chirruping. We'll imagine anything you like. Set your mind at rest. Take up your precious instrument and play, please. Well, no, not yet. Now I have checked it over, and like its bow, the violin is flawless. All is wonderfully well. I spring to my feet. Are you going out? Oh, do please keep quiet and listen. I cannot tell this story if you keep interrupting every single phrase. Gentlemen, we are to be silent. Hush! Calls Waverhouse commandingly. It's you yourself who's doing the interrupting. Oh, I see. I beg your pardon. Pray carry on. With the violin beneath my arm, soft-soled sandals on my feet, I had taken some few steps beyond the outer glass door of my lodging when I knew it in my bones that there was going to be a breakdown. Cold Moon cannot walk 2 steps or breathe 2 minutes without a hitch or a hang-up. I suppose you do realize, said my master in his most sarcastic, that there are no more dried persimmons hanging from the eaves. Even if you are now very hungry, there's no point in turning home for them. It is highly regrettable that two scholars such as you two, Coleman nodded at Waverhouse and ceased, should persist in behaving like common hecklers. I shall have to address further remarks to Mr. Beauchamp only. Now, Beauchamp, as I was saying, though I have left my lodgings, I was obliged to turn back for something I should need. Therefore, thereafter, having draped around my head a scarlet blanket, which I had paid 3 yen and 20 cents in my own hometown before I left it years ago, I blew out the lamp. Unfortunately, in the consequent pitch darkness, I could not find my sandals. But why did you want to go out? Where were you off to? Patience, patience. I shall come to that. At long last, outside in my scarlet blanket, my violin beneath my coat, I again found myself, as the previous night, ankle deep in fallen leaves under the starlit sky. I turned away to the right, and as I came to the foot of Mount Koshin, the boom of the temple bell on the eastern peak struck my blanket-shrouded ears and penetrated to my inmost head. Beauchamp, can you guess what time it was? This is your story, Coleman. I have no idea what time it was. Beauchamp, it's 9, and the evening chill. I am now climbing through the early autumn darkness along a mountain path which rises nearly 300 feet to a sort of terrace plateau, which the local calls Big Flat. Timid as I was at any other time, I would have been scared clean out of my wits, but it's one of those strange things that when my mind is truly concentrated on one specific aim, all sense of being frightened or not frightened is wiped from one's heart. Odd as it must sound, I have become a lion heart by virtue of my single minded lust to play a fiddle. This place, Big Flat, is a famous beauty spot in the south flank of Mount Cauchin. Looking down from there, a fine day, one can see through the red pines and the whole layout of the castle below. I had guessed the level of the area must cover some 400 square yards, and smack in the middle of it, a large, flat rock protrudes to form its low 50 square yard platform. On the north side of the big flat, there is a swampy pond called Cormorant Marsh, and around the pond there is nothing but a thick stand of quite enormous camphor tree, one of each one no less than 3 arm spans around. This place is deep in the mountains, and the only sign of man is a small hut used by the camphor gatherers. Even by day, the pond oppresses the visitor with its air of sodden gloom. Remote as it was, Big Flat is not too hard to visit. On some long ago maneuvers, the Corps of Engineers cut a pathway up the mountainside. When I finally reached the flat rock, I spread out my scarlet blanket and sat down on it. I had never climbed up here before on a night so cold, and my pulse steadied. I began to feel the surrounding loneliness encroach upon me as a kind of cramp creeping ever deeper into my belly. When one is thus alone in the mountains, sheer intensity of that loneliness can fill in a mind with the feeling of terror. But if that feeling can be emptied away, all that remains in my mind is an extraordinary sense of icy crystalline clarity. For some 20 minutes I sat there on my scarlet rug, completely abstracted from my normal self, and feeling as though I were totally alone in a palace of pure crystal. It was as though every bit of me, my body, even my soul, had become transparent, as if made from some kind of quartz, and I could no longer tell whether I was inside that palace of crystal or that freezing place was within my belly. Not quite sure how to react to Cole Moon's strange account, Waverhouse contented himself with a terrible teasing more demure than his mocking wont. "How terrible!" he said. Singleman, however, was genuinely impressed by Cole Moon's personal report of a state of consciousness and not unknown to many meditation sects. "Quite extraordinary," he observed. "Most interesting." Had my condition of cold translucency persisted, I might as well have stayed frozen on that rock until I melted in the sun. Then I should never have played my violin. "Have there been any earlier reports," Beauchamp asked, "to suggest that the big flat might be haunted, by foxes, badgers, or any other shape-shifting creatures?" As I was saying, I couldn't even tell whether I was my own self or not, and I scarcely knew if I were alive or dead when I suddenly heard a harsh screaming cry from far end of the old marsh. "Aha!" says Waverhouse, "something's happening." This awful cry, like a blast of autumn wind tossing on the tree tops, echoed far away and deep across the entire mountain. At its sound I came to myself with a jerk. "What a relief!" sighed Waverhouse, heaving a grossly simulated sigh. As the masters say, one must perish into life. Isn't that so, Coleman? Even Singleman, who winked as he offered his observation, now seems to treat his friend's spiritual experience in the spirit of light farce. However, his friend's reference was completely lost on Coleman. Having thus seen Having been thus startled back into my usual self, I looked around me. A whole vast mountain was now dead quiet. Nothing, not even the drip of raindrop, could be heard. What then was that ghastly cry? Too, too piercing to be human, too loud for any bird. Could it have been a monkey? But around there aren't any monkeys. What on earth could it have been? Once that question had entered my head and I began to search around for its answer, all the demons of misgiving had hitherto lain quiet in the crannies of my mind erupted into pandemonium. You remember how the city crowds went wild, people running here and there and even all over each other in the lunacy of welcome when Prince Arthur of Connaught came to Tokyo in February 1906. Well, inside my head, it was worse than that. And then things came inside my head. It's- And then things suddenly came to a crisis. I felt my very pores gape open, and through their yawn my body's flightest visitors, courage, pluck, prudence, and composure departed from me, like cheap alcohol blown in a spray of hairy sheen to cool them. My visitors evaporated. Under my ribs, my heart began to hammer. It leapt and danced like a red frog. My legs trembled like the humming strings of a kite. My nerve broke. In my mindless panic, I grabbed my scarlet blanket around my head, and with the violin's clutch beneath my arm, I scrambled down from the low flat rock and helter-skelter fled away down the rough mountain path. When, scampering like a rat through the layers of dead leaves, I came at last to my lodgings, I crept in quietly and hid myself in my bed. I had been so exhausted by terror that I fell immediately asleep. Do you know, Beauchamp, that was the most terrifying experience of my whole life. And then, that's it. There isn't any more. No playing of the violin? How could I possibly have played? If you have heard the eldritch cry, I bet my boots the last thing you would have thought about would be playing a violin. I find your story less than satisfactory. Perhaps so, but it was the truth. Coleman, vastly pleased with himself, surveyed his audience. Well, he said, what do you think of it? Excellent! A point well taken, laughed Waverhouse. You really must have gone through a great travail to bring your story to that remarkable conclusion. In fact, I've been following your account with the closest attention, for it seemed increasingly clear to me in the person of yourself. These eastern climes have perhaps been visited by a male reincarnation of Sandra Belloni. Waverhouse paused in the obvious hope that someone would give him the opportunity to air his knowledge of the Meredith heroine by asking for a clarification of this obscure reference. But all the members of his audience have been caught that way before, held their peace, so Waverhouse, regrettably uncute, simply rattled on. Just a Sandra Belloni part playing an Italian song in the moonlit forest down the goddess of the silver orb. So Coleman's near performance with a violin upon the ledges of Mount Cauchin called out some phantom badger from a fan. There is, of course, a difference in the degree, but the principle is the same. What I find peculiarly interesting, that such a slight difference in degree should produce such vast difference in result. In Sandra's case of manifestation of ethereal beauty, but in Coleman's nothing but crude and earthy farce. That must have been painfully disappointing to you. No disappointment at all, said Coleman, who genuinely uninterested, perhaps not in his own weird experience, but certainly in Waver's house question. Trying to play a violin on top of a mountain. What an unfit behavior. This serves you right that you got scared, silly. My master's scathing comment showed his usual lack of sympathy with anything beyond the world of his own wizened imagination. Single man piped in. How more than pitiful it is to find that one must live one's human's life confined within a world of an inhuman kind. None of Singleman's mangled quotation from the works of deluded medieval metaphysicians ever makes the least sense to Coleman or to anyone else. Perhaps not even to Singleman. His words were left to float away into nothingness of a long silence. After a while, Waverhouse changed the subject by asking, "Incidentally, Coleman, are you still haunting the university in order to polish your little glass balls?" "No, my visit home rather interrupt things. Indeed, I doubt if I'll ever resume to the line of research. It was always, if you will pardon the joke, something of a grind, and lately I've been finding it a real bore." "But without your polished beads you won't get your doctorate," says my master, looking slightly worried. One moment, please. Sorry. Coleman seems no more concerned about his doctorate than he was his failure to become a Japanese version of Sandra Belloni. "Oh, that," he says with a careless laugh. "I have no longer need for a degree." "But then the marriage will be cancelled and both sides will be upset." "Marriage? Whose marriage?" "Yours. To whom am I supposed to be getting married to?" "To the Coalfield girl." "Really?" "But surely you have already plighted your troth." "I never plighted anything. I had no part in the spread of that particular rumor." "That's a bit thick," says my master. "I say, Waverhouse, you too remember that incident, don't you?" "Incident? You mean that business when the nose came shoving herself in here? If so, it's not just you and I who have heard the engagement, but the world and his wife who have long been on the street. As a matter of fact, I'm constantly pestered by some quite respectable newspapers who want me to let them know when they may have the honor of printing photographs of Coleman and his blushing opula in their happy couples column. What's more, Beauchamp there finished his epic epi, hmm, epithalamium. Oh my god, what a word! A Song of Lovebirds, at least 3 months ago, and since been waiting anxiously to learn the right date for its publication. You don't want your masterpiece to rot into ground like buried treasure just because Coleman's grown bored with buffing his little glass beads, do you, Beauchamp, eh? There's no question for pushing for early publication. Of course, my very heart and soul have gone into that poem. But I am happily convinced that it will remain suitable for publication at any appropriate time. There, you see, the question of whether or not you take your degree has wide, potentially painful repercussions. So pull yourself together, get those beads rubbed spherical, polish the whole thing off. I like the joke in your phrasing, but I am truly sorry if I have given any of you cause to worry. But I really do not longer need a doctorate. Why not? Because I have already got my own wife. Cha cha cha! Is that the right time for me to make that sound effect? I I felt I need to. I I don't have a soundboard. I I don't have a soundboard for that sound effect. I have to make it myself. Oh God, sorry. One moment, please, for lip balm application. Man, you guys should see how my cat is sleeping right now. Oh, I wish I'm a cat, seriously. Such great leisure life. Ah, look at him. Jeez. Don't you all wish that you guys are a cat? Just sleeping all day long, doing absolutely nothing besides eating, pooping, sleeping, cuddling with me, and then run away, leaving me all alone. Now he's there. Oh, look at him. Damn, what a cat. Yeah, don't forget judging. Yeah, judging everyone. You don't want to lick your own butt. Alright, let's continue. Because I've already got my own wife. Dun dun dun. I say, that's grand. When did this secret marriage take place? Life is certainly full of surprises, well, niece. As you have heard, Cole Moons has apparently acquired a wife and children. No children yet. It would be terrible if a child is born after less than a month of marriage. But when and where did you ever get married? Demanded my master, as though he was presiding judge at some official court of inquiry. As a matter of fact, as a matter of fact, during my recent trip home, she was there waiting for me. Those dried bonitos were one of the wedding presents from her relatives. 3 miserable dried bonitos? That was rather a stingy gift. No, no, there were scats of them. I only bought you 3. So your bride is from your home district. Does it then follow that she is the dark skin side? Yes, she's dark complexion, exactly right for me. And what are you going to do about the gold fields? Nothing. But you can't just leave things poof like that, my master bleated. What do you think, Waverhouse? I think he can. That girl can will marry someone else. After all, marriage is a little more than 2 people bumping against each other in the dark. If they cannot manage by bumping by themselves, other people can contrive their blind collision. It doesn't matter who bumps whom. In my opinion, the only person deserving our tears and pity is the unfortunate author of a Song of Lovebirds. Thank you, but please don't try. My epithalamium, as it stands, is perfectly suitable for a dedication to Cold Moon on already on the already achieved occasion of his marriage. I can easily write another when Opula gets wed. Wed, not wet. Okay. Ah, that marvelous, heartless professionalism of true poet, sighs Waverhouse, whipping out masterpiece just like that. Easy as a wink of an eye. One's heart is cramped with jealousy. Have you notified the Goldfields? My master is still touchingly concerned about the feelings of the Granite clan. No, and why should I? I never proposed to the girl or asked her father for her hand in her marriage. I have no reasons whatsoever to say a single word to either of them. Moreover, I'm sure they have already learned the last least detail from those dozen of detectives they employ. My master's face, as the word detectives entered his ears, immediately turned sour. You're right, Coleman. Tell people nothing. And he proceeded to offer the following comment on detectives as though they were weighty arguments against observing proprieties in handling broken engagement. Persons who snatch properties from the unwary in the streets are called pickpockets, and those who snitch the thought of the unwaries are called detectives. Those who jimmy opens your door and windows are called thieves. Those who use leading questions to lever out one's private thoughts are called detectives. Those who threateningly jab their swords into one's floor matting as a way of forcing the surrender of money are called armed burglars. Those who, by the jabbing manners of their words, force one into admission against one's will are called detectives. To my way of thinking, it is inexorably follows that pickpockets, thieves, armed burglars, and detectives are all spawned from the same subhuman origin. Things unfit to be treated even as men, their every endeavor should be thwarted, and they themselves quite mercilessly put down. Don't work yourself into such leather. I'm not afraid by detectives, even though they should appear by the battalion. Let all be warned with whom they be dealing. Am I not king of the glass ball polishers, Avalon Coal Moon? Bravo! Well spoken! That's the stuff to give them. Just the spirit words one would expect from a newly married Bachelor of Science. However, Sneeze, Waverhouse continued, if you categorize detective with such grabs as pickpockets, thieves, and common robbers, where do you place creatures such as Goldfield who gives employment to such vermins? Perhaps a modern version of that long departed villain Kumasaka Chohan. Oh yes, I like that. Chohan, as I recall it, was said to have disappeared when he was sliced in half, but our modern version over the way, squatting on fortune, made by blatant usury, is so intensely alive in its meanness and sharp greediness that cut in a million pieces he would reappear as a million Chohan clones. If it would be a lifelong source of trouble if such blood-sucking creature ever come to believe he had bone to pick with you. So be careful, Coleman. To hell with that! I shall face him down with the sort of speech you hear from the heroes of horse-show style of no play. You know what I mean. Pretentious thief, though well aware of my fearsome reputation, you yet dare break into my house. That should stop him short. Coleman, unwisely careless of the real dangers he might have to cope with from a vengeful Goldfield, strikes a series of dramatic poses. Talking of detective, I wonder, why is that nearly everyone nowadays tend to behave as detective do? In strict accordance with his usual style, Single Man begins his observation by reference the matters under the discussion, then veers off into complete irreverence. Perhaps, says Coleman kindly, it's because of the high cost of living. Beauchamp mounts his hobby horse. I myself believe it's because we have lost our feelings for art. It's because the horns of modern civilization are sprouting from one's human head, and the irritation of that growth, like nettles in one's underwear, are driving us mad. It's a pity that Waverhouse, who is both well read and intelligent, should strive to be merely clever. When it came to my master's turn, he opened the following lecture, and with an air of enormous self-importance, I have of late devoted a considerable thought to this topic, and I have concluded that the current marked trend toward detective mindedness is entirely caused by the individual permitting himself too strong a realization of the self. By that, I do not mean self realization of the spiritual nature of single man pursues in his Zen search for his unborn face, that self he was before he contrived to be born, nor I mean that other form of Zen self realization where, by either gradual or sudden enlightenment, the mind perceives its own identity with heaven and earth. Dear, dear, this is becoming rather heavy going, but if you really do propose to make an exhaustive and scholarly analysis of the psychological maladies of our time, I feel that I, Waver House in person, must be granted an opportunity to lodge a full complaint against the civilization I seek to grace. You are always free to say whatever you like, but generally you don't say anything, you just talk. On the contrary, I have a great deal to say. It was you, Sneeze, who, only a brief week back, fell down and worshipped a police detective. Yet here you are, making ugly comparisons between detectives and pickpockets. You are an incarnation of the principle of contradiction. Whereas I am a man through every earlier life right to this present day of my present incarnation, has never wavered in the certitudes of my opinions. Police detectives are police detectives. The other day is the other day. Today is today. Never change one's opinion is to demonstrate a petrification of mind that prevents its least development. To be, as Confucius puts it in the Analects, willfully ignorant beyond all hope of education is, my dear, to be you. That's really rather rude. Still, even a detective, when he tries to speak his honest mind, can be rather sweet. Are you calling me a detective? I simply meant to say that since you are not a detective, you are an honest man, and that's good. There. No more quarrels. Let us listen to the rest of your formidable argument. The heightened self-awareness of our contemporaries means that they realize only too well the wide gap between their own interests and those of other people. As the advance of civilization daily widens that gap, so this so-called self-awareness intensifies to the point where everyone becomes incapable of natural or unaffected behavior. William Henley, the English poet, once said that his friend Robert Louis Stevenson was so continuously unable to forget himself that if he happened to be in a room with a mirror on the wall, he could not pass in front of the glass without stopping to study his own reflection. Stevenson's condition is telling example of the general modern trend because his overweening consciousness of self never lets up, not even when one sleeps. It is inevitable that our speech and behavior should have become forced and artificial. We impose constrictions on ourselves, and that in process inhibitions on society. In short, we conduct our whole lives as if we are two young people at their first meeting in the context of a marriage negotiation. Words such as serenity and self-composure have become no more than many meanings of strokes of writing brush. In this very sense, that people nowadays have become like detectives and burglars. A detective's job is essentially to make profit by sneaking and self effacing. Only by cultivating an intense awareness of himself can he believe Can he believe in his own existence? To no less a degree of rapacious burglar is obsessed with me, because he thought of what will happen to him if he is caught is never out of his mind. Modern man, even in his deepest slumber, never stops thinking about what will bring him profit, or even more worrying, loss. Consequently, as with the burglar and the detective, his self-absorption grows daily more absolute. Modern man is jittery and sneaky. Morning, noon, and night he sneaks and jitters and knows no peace. Not one single moment's peace until the cold grave takes him. That's the condition to which our so-called civilization has brought us. What a mess it is! Most interesting. A penetrating analysis of our case, says single man, who rarely resists any opportunity to thicken the clouds when high flown, cloudy matters discussed. I consider Snee's explanation very much to the point. In the old days, a man was taught to forget himself. Today is quite different. He is taught to not to forget himself, and he accordingly spends his days and nights in endless self-regard. Who can possibly know peace in such an eternally burning hell? The apparent realities of this awful world, even the beastliness of being, are all symptoms of the sickness for which the only cure lies in learning to forget the self. Self. This dire situation is well summarized in that ancient Chinese poem whose author was one of those who simply sits and sitting all night through under a drifting moon themselves withdrew themselves from self, thereby came to be free from the world and from all being free. Modern man lacks naturalness even when performing acts of genuine kindness. The English, as is well known, are vastly proud of being nice, both in the sense of their refined behavior in the sense of common kindness. However, one may fairly suspect the kind behind the niceness of the English are packed with self-regard. Perhaps I might remind you of the story of the member of the English royal family who, during some visit to India, was invited to a banquet. Among those present was an Indian prince who, momentarily forgetful of the nature of the occasion, but perfectly naturally in terms of Indian custom, reached out for a potato, picked it up with his finger, and put it on his plate. Realizing his gaffe, he was terribly ashamed, but the English gentleman immediately and with apparently equal naturalness proceeded to help himself to potatoes with his fingers, an act of the most refined and kindly politeness, or an act so seemingly, but ultimately taken in order that it should be remembered as clearly has been to an enhancement of the English royalty. Is it the English custom, asked Coleman, missing the point of the story, to eat potatoes with their fingers? Disregarding Coleman's question, my master spoke. I've heard another such story about the English. On some occasion at their barracks in England, a group of regimental officers gave a dinner in honor of one of their non-commissioned officers. Towards the end of the meal, when the finger bowls filled with water were placed in front of each other, the non-commissioned officer, a man not used to banquets, lifted the bowl to his mouth and swallowed the water in a single gulp. Immediately, the colonel of the regiment raised his own finger bowl in toast to the non-commissioned officer's health and gulped its water down his lead was promptly followed by every officer present. I wonder if you have heard this one, says Waverhouse, who does not like to remain silent. When Carlyle was presented to the Queen, he being an eccentric, and anyway a man totally unschooled in the court procedure suddenly sat down on a chair. All the chamberlains and ladies in waiting standing ranged behind the queen began to giggle. Well, not quite. They were about to start giggling when the queen turned around toward them and signaled them to be seated. Carlyle was thus safe from any embarrassment. I confess I find this courtly courtesy somewhat elaborate. I don't suppose, said Coleman rather shortly, that being the man he was, Carlyle would have been least embarrassed if only he and the Queen were seated while the rest stayed standing. To be self-aware when one is actually being kind to other people may be all right, single man started again. But being self-aware does make it that much harder to be genuinely kind. It is widely held that the advance of civilization brings with its moderation of combative spirit and general easing of relationship between individuals. But that's all nonsense. When individual awareness grows strong, how can mutual gentleness be expected? It's true, of course, that modern relationships seem superficially calm and easygoing, but they are, in fact, extremely tough, rather like the relationship between two sumo wrestlers who, immobilized by the cross grips in the middle of the ring, are, nevertheless, butting each other and with their vast pot bellies as hard as they can heave. In former times, disputes were settled by relatively healthy means of brute force, whereas nowadays means and mentalities have become so specialized that the intensity of combatant self-awareness has inevitably increased, said Swaberhouse, taking it to be now his turn to talk. Sir Francis Bacon observed in his Novum Organum that one can only triumph over nature by obeying the laws of nature. Is it not peculiar that modern quarrels so closely follow the pattern identified by Bacon in that, as in jujutsu contests, one defeats one opponent by an exploitation of that opponent's own strength? Or again, is it, I suppose, something like generation hydroelectricity? One can make no effort to oppose the flow of water, but merely diverts its force to its production of power. Cold Moon has obviously just begun to express an interesting idea, but Singleman butted in to add, and therefore when one is poor one is tied to poverty, and when rich and trapped in wealth, when worried tangled by anxiety, and when happy dizzied by happiness, a talented man falls in the hand of talent, a man of wisdom is defeated by wisdom, and the quick-tempered man like Sneeze is quickly provoked into rashness and goes rushing headlong out into the deadfalls dug by his own artful enemies. Hear, hear, cried Waverhouse, clapping his hands. And when my master actually grinning, said, well, you won't in practice catch me quite as simply as that. Everyone burst out laughing. By the way, I wonder what sort of thing would finish a fearful fellow like Goldfield. His wife will probably be toppled over by the weight of her nose, while the hardness of his heart crush that usurer of death. His henchmen will be trampled to death by stampeding detectives, and the daughter? I'm not sure about her. I've never in fact clapped my eyes on her, but it seems likely that she'll be suffocated by clothes or food or even drinking. I can't imagine that she will die of love, though I suppose she might end up a roadside beggar like a fabled beauty of Ono no Komachi. That's a bit unkind, objected Beauchamp, who, after all, had written some new style poems for the girl. And therein lies the importance of moral injunction that one must have a merciful heart and never lose one's subjectivity. Unless one reaches and sustains the condition of mind, one will suffer torment throughout eternity. The benighted single man waffles on as usual as throughout he was the sole proprietor of enlightenment. Don't be such a moralizing twerp. The chances are, says Waverhouse, that you will meet your just desserts upside down in one of your own off-quoted flashes of Zen lightning. In spring, of course. One thing at least is certain, said my master. If civilization continues its rapid development along its present lines, I would not wish to live and witness it. The choice is yours. As Seneca advises, no man should carp at life when the road is to freedom runs down every vein. Why don't you do yourself in? Waverhouse helpfully inquired. I care rather less for dying than I do for living. No one seems to pay much attention when he's being born, but everyone makes no end fuss of his departure. Colmoon offers his own cool comment. It's the same with money. When one borrows money, one does so lightly, but everyone worries like crazy when it comes to paying it back, says Waverhouse. Happy are those who don't worry about repayment, as happy as those who do not worry about death, intoned Singleman in his most lofty and unworldly style. I suppose you would argue that the bravest in the face of death are those who are most enlightened? Most certainly. Perhaps you know the Zen phrase, the iron ox heart of an iron fox face. The iron's heart the ox iron heart of an ox iron face. Are you claiming to be so ox and iron hearted, Waverhouse, who happened to know that phrase meant to have a heart so strong as to be undisturbed by anything, doubted that single man would dare to make such claim? Well, no, I wouldn't go so far, but, said Singleman, for no very obvious reason, the fact remains that neurothesia was an unknown ailment until after people become worried about death. It's plain that you have been born and bred before the invention of nervous prostration. This weird dialogue held so little interest for Coleman and Beauchamp that my master had no difficulty in retaining them as audience for further airing of his grievances about against civilization. The key question, he announced, is how to avoid repaying borrowed money. But surely no such question can arise. Anything borrowed must always be repaid. All right, don't get so up in the air. This is just a discussion between intelligent men. Oh, thank you. I'll see you. I'll see you. Sorry that this story took so long. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for attending. Yeah, I'm moving my character right now. Yeah. Thank you so much for attending. Thank you. I promise next time I won't pick such a long book. I'll try my best to pick a book that is not so long in each uh, chapter. Okay. All right. Don't get so up in the air. This is just a discussion between intelligent men, so listen and don't interrupt. I ask, how can one borrow money without repaying in order to lead into the parallel question as to how can one contrive to avoid dying? Though it is no longer much pursued, there used to be that used to be the key question. Hence, ancient concern with alchemy. However, the alchemists achieved no real success, and it soon became deadly clear that no human being could ever dodge death. It was deadly clear long before the alchemist confirmed it. Alright, alright. But since this is just an argument, you just listen, alright? Now, once it becomes clear that everyone is bound to die, then the second question arose. Indeed, if one is certain to die, what's the best way to do so? That is the second question. Once the second question has been formulated, it was only a matter of time before the Suicide Club would be founded. I see. It is hard to die, but it is much harder if one cannot die. Victims of neurothesia find living far more painful than death, yet they remain obsessed with death, not because they shun it, but because they fret to discover the best means to that much desired end. The majority will lack the common sense to solve the problem. They will give up and leave the nature to solve it for them, and society itself will bully them to death. But there will be a handful of awkward customers who will be unwilling to endure the slow death of such bullying. They will study the options into death, and their research will lead to marvelous new ideas. Beyond all doubt, the main characteristics of this future will be steady rise in suicides, and almost certainly every self-destructor will be expected to work out his own original method of escape. Guys, oh my god. Did Natsume Sōseki just predicted that oh my god. You guys understand why I'm so shocked, right? He basically just predicted that the suicide rates will only go higher and higher, and Japan is one of the highest suicide rates country. And Natsume Soseki wrote this book like over 100 years ago. I got goosebumps, bro. Oh my god. Dude. This is why I love Natsume Soseki. Beyond all doubt, the main characteristics of the future will be a steady rise in suicides. And almost certainly every self-destructor will be expected to work out his own original method of escape. Holy shit! People will be put to a great deal of trouble. Yes, they most certainly will. Henry Arthur Jones has already written a play in which the leading figure is a philosopher who strongly advocates suicide. Does he kill himself? Regrettably, no. But within 1,000 years, everyone will be doing it. And I am prepared to bet that in 10,000 years' time, nobody even think of death except in terms of suicide. Jesus fucking Christ, bro. But that will be terrible. Indeed, it will. But by the time the study of suicide on a foundation of years of detailed research will have been raised to the level of highly respected and fully institutionalized science, at middle school such as the Hall of the Descending Clouds, the study of suicides will be replaced ethics as a compulsory subject. An intriguing prospect, a lecture on the theory and practice of suicide might well be worth attending. Hey, Waverhouse, have you been listening to Sneeze on the Destiny of Men? Yes, I have. By the time of which he has just been speaking of the ethics of teacher at the hall of descending cloud, will be holding our current concept of public morality up to reproof and ridicule. The young men of that far world will be instructed to abandon the barbarous custom of the ancients and to recognize that suicide is the first duty of every decent person. Moreover, since it is eternally right to do unto others as one would wish done to oneself, the moral obligation to commit suicide implies an equal moral obligation to commit murder. Consider, the teacher will say, in the case of Mr. Pakey Sneeze, the wretched struggling scholar, dragging out his miserable existence just across from our school, is he not agonized by his persistent breathing, yet lacks the ordinary physical courage to fulfill his moral duty to do away with himself? Is it not? Therefore, in common humanity, your compassionate duty to do him in, not, of course, in any ancient cowardly ways involving such crudities as spears, halberds, or any kind of firearm. In this day and age, we are surely civilized beyond our coarse atrocities. No, he should be harassed unto death. Only the most refined techniques of verbal assassination should be employed, which will be not only an act of charity towards the luckless sufferer, but a credit to yourself and to the school. This extension of lecture, Waverhouse upon Sneeze, is deeply interesting. I am truly moved by the high-mindedness of our descendants. Yes, but there's even more upon which to laud our unborn heirs. In our ill-governed times, the police are intended to safeguard the lives and property of citizens, but in happier times of our enlightened future, the police will carry cudgels like dog catchers, go around clubbing citizens to death. God. Is this another prediction of police killing random citizens? Jesus Christ. Because today we value our lives and the police accordingly protect them, but in the future living is recognized for the agony it is, then the police will be required to club the agonized with a merciful death. Of course, anyone in his right mind will already have committed suicide, so necessary objects of police attention will only the gutless milksops, those mentally impaired or deranged, or any person so pitifully disabled as to unable to destroy themselves. Additionally, anyone in need of help or assistance will, as today, just stick up a notice to that effect on the gate to his house. The police will call around at some convenient time and promptly supply the man or woman concerned the assistance required. The dead bodies, collected in hand-drawn carts by the police in their regular rounds. The police themselves, recruited from the criminals guilty acts of so hideous. They have been condemned to life. And that's not all. Consider this future aspect of "Is there no end to this joke?" exclaims Beauchamp from the days of his admiration. Before an answer could be given, Singleman began to speak very slowly and with great deliberation, even though he still continued worrying away at his ridiculous tuft of beard. "You may call it a joke, but it might well, and better, be called prediction. Those whose minds are not unwaveringly concentrated upon the pursuit of ultimate truth are normally misled by the mere appearances, however unreal, of the phenomenal world. They tend to accept what they directly see and feel, not as some empty froth of illusion, but as manifestation of an eternal reality. Consequently, if someone says anything even slightly out of the ordinary, such prisoners of their senses have no have no choice but to treat the communication as a joke. Do you mean, says Coleman, deeply impressed, something like the Chinese verse about small birds being unable to understand the greater of greater birds? Understand the minds of greater birds? The swallow and the sparrow see no use in things that to the eagles and the goose are plainly useful. It could even be, from their littleness, the little see nothing whatever of immensity. And he smirks with delight when single man with approving inclination of his head says something like that. Singleman, the even plodding of his speech, unspurred even the adulation, slowly continues. Once years ago there was a place in Spain called Cordoba. Once? It's still there, isn't it? That may be. The question of time, past or present, is immaterial. In any event, in Cordoba it used to be the custom at the time of Angelus. The evening strikes the bell of churches, all the women come out of their houses and bathe in the river. Even in winter? I'm not sure about that. But in any case, every female in the place, young or old, jumped into the river and no man was allowed to join them. The men simply looked from the distance, and all they could see in the evening twilight were the women, whitish form dimly moving around the rippling water. That's poetic. It could be made into a new style poem. What did you say the place was called? Beauchamp always shows interest whenever female nudity is mentioned. Cordoba. Now, the young man thought it a pity that they could neither swim with the women nor study their form in better light, so one fine day they played a little trick. Oh, really? Tell me more, says Waverhouse immediately. The mention of any kind of trick has upon him the same invigorating effect as nudity works upon Beauchamp. They bribed the bell ringer to sound the Angelus 1 hour early. The women, being such sillies, all trooped down into the river bank as soon as they heard the bell, and there, one after another, in their various state of undress, they jumped into the river, and then too late, they at last realized that it was still broad day. Are you sure there wasn't a fierce autumn sun ablaze? A great number of men were standing watching from the bridge. The women didn't know what to do and felt terribly ashamed. And then the moral is simply this, that one should always be wary of the common human failing of allowing oneself to be blinded by the habit of basic realities. Not a bad little sermon, a tale worth remembering. But let me give you another example. This is just like this cat is observing this bunch of humans just trying to one up each other nonstop, basically. Uh there are still so many pages. There are about 20 pages in, and it's almost 3.5 hours. If I am allowed to take a 10 minutes break, probably. What do you guys think? I'm so sorry. um, yeah, I think I'm gonna take a very quick lunch break. I'm very sorry. Yeah, pretty. It's been quite a while. Um, I'm going to take a quick lunch break. I hope you guys don't mind. Um, and I'll be back in when I'm done. I'm so sorry
Stretch!
to thank you. Skiggles is there. Supernovae is there, yeah. I'm so sorry to go AFK for now. Yeah, I need to eat. a little bit. I'll be eating. There you go. All right. I'll be right back. I'm sorry. Hello, I am back. How are you guys doing? I see that you guys are having some very weird conversation. I disagree with the word innocent. It sounds really weird. Sorry, let me clear my throat a little bit. And then, okay. All right. This stream is taking on to almost 4 hours. Let's get this done, baby. Very wholesome. I see, I see. I see. All right. All right, let me adjust my microphone. Okay, we are at page. Just so you know how much I have read, okay? We are at page 449. I have read 449 pages worth of a novel. I just want you to know that. Sorry. Need to do a bit of a stretch. Okay. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Okay. And there are no illustrations to the book at all. So every single page is like filled with like just words, and they are the fonts are not exactly big fonts. So I would like to commend myself for once that I am doing the best that I can do. Thank you, wine. It's Saturday, so there's not a lot of viewers, but I got a sub and I got a follow, and I got all of you with me. That I'm very happy. Anyway, let's go on. Let's continue to do this thing. Finish it up. 20 pages more. Not a bad little sermon. A tale worth remembering. But let me give you another example. From a magazine story which I recently read, someone rendered blind by a custom habit. Imagine that I have opened an antique shop and that up at the front, I put on display some particularly excellent scrolls and work of art. No fakes and nothing shabby, only genuine. First class stuff. Naturally, the prices are very high. In due course along some art fancier who stops and inquires about the price of a certain scroll. I point out that the scroll is by Motonobu, the son of Masanobu, who founded the Kano school in the early 16th century. I then quote some quite astronomical sum, say 6,000. The customer replies that he likes the scroll very much, but at such a price, not carrying such large sums of money on his person, he'll have to let it go. How could you possibly know, asked my master, ever the wet blanket, that the customer will answer like that? Sorry, oh, my cat. Sorry, my cat was like jumping around. Don't worry, he will. And anyway, it's only a story, so I can make my customer answer as I like. So I then say to him, please, for those of us who appreciate Motonobu, payment is hardly the point. If you like it, take it with you. The customer can hardly do that, so he hesitates. So I proceed in my friendliest manner to say that, confident that I shall be enjoying his future patronage, I would be happy to settle any difficulties about payment by accepting small sums paid monthly over a long period. Please don't feel under any obligation. But how about 100 a month? Or shall we say 50? Finally, after a few more questions and answers, I end up selling him the Motonobu scroll for 6,000 paid in monthly installments of only 100. This sounds like the scheme in 1898 for buying the ninth edition of the Encyclopedia Britannica through the Times. The Times is reliable, an honest sort of broker, but my scheme is not a very different is of a very different character. As you listen carefully, you'll see. Now, Coleman, suppose you pay 100 a month for my Motonobu. How long will you be paying installment? For 5 years? Of course, isn't it? For 5 years, of course. Now, single man, do you think 5 years is a long time or a short time? Singleman raised his head into the best position for the drone of Zen wisdom and intoned, a single minute may be felt to be as sempiternal as eternity, while 10 millennia can at times go by in the mere flicker of an adder's eye. By which I mean your 5 years could be either long or short or simultaneously both. You are at it again, single man. Is there some deep moral message in that quotation? A sense of morals totally detached from the common sense, eh? Anyway, 100 a month for 5 years involves 60 separate payments. Therein lies in the danger of habit. If one repeats the same action 60 times over, month after month, one is likely to become habituated to payment that one also carved up on the 61st occasion, and on the 62nd, and on the 63rd, and so on, because the breaking of an established habit irks the habitué. Men are supposed to be clever, but they all have the same weakness. They follow established patterns without questioning the reason for their establishment. My scheme simply exploits the weakness for earn me 100 a month until my customer finally drops dead. Though I like your joke, tittered Colmoon, I doubt if you will find a great many customers so profitably forgetful. My master, however, did not seem to find the story funny. In a serious voice, he said, that sort of thing does actually happen. I used to pay back my university loan month after month on a regular basis, and I kept no count of the number of payments. In the end, I only stopped because the university told me to stop. My master seems to almost brag about his half-wittedness, as though it were a benchmark of humanity. There you are, cries Waverhouse. You see, the reality of my imagined customer is sitting right here in front of us, yet that very same person, self-confessed slave to human habit, has the effrontery to laugh at my projection of his own vision of our future civilization into its likely and unlaughable reality. Inexperienced young fellows like Beauchamp and Coleman, if they are not to be defrauded of their human rights, should listen very carefully for the wisdoms in our words. I hear and I shall obey. Never ever shall I commit myself to any installment plan that involve more than 60 payments. I know you still think that it's all just a joke, but I do assure you, Coleman, that it was truly instructive story, said Singleman, turning directly to face him. For instance, suppose that the someone as wise and experienced as either Sneeze or Waverhouse told you that you acted improperly in going off and getting married without advising any of the interested parties in of your intention. Should they advise you? Should they advise that you ought to go and apologize to the Goldfield person? What would you do? Would you go and make your apologies? I should be begged to be excused. I would not demur if they wished to go and offer an explanation of my behavior, but to go myself? No. But what if the police ordered you to apologize? I should refuse all the more strongly. If the minister of the government or the peer of the realm asked you to apologize, then yet more firmly still I would refuse. There, you see how times have changed. Not so long ago, power of those authority was unlimited. Then came a time when there are certain things which even they could not demand. But nowadays, as strict limits upon the power of peers and even ministers are compelled the indi- are even minister to compel the individual. To put the matter bluntly, we are witnessing a period when the greater the power of authorities, the greater the resistance they will encounter. Our father would be astonished to see how things which authorities clearly want to be done and ordered should be done, nevertheless remain undone. This era takes for granted any number of things which elderly people would once have thought unthinkable. It is quite extraordinary how quickly and totally both men and their concept of society can change. So, though you may of course laugh as much as you like at Waverhouse's version of the future, you would be wise not to laugh so hard that you fail to consider how much of it might prove. Flattered as I am to have found so appreciative a friend, I feel I am much more obliged to continue with my forecast of the future. First, one moment, please. First, I would emphasize a single man has already indicated that anyone nowadays who proudly thinks himself powerful for by reason of delegated authority or seeks to maintain an outdated power by marching around with a troop of 100 henchmen brandishing bamboo spears can only be compared to the antiquated bigot who imagined that his spanking palanquin could travel faster than a railway train. I fancy that the best local example of such fathead might actually be by the usurer, Goldfield, whom I consider the master of fathead of them all. So, Perhaps we should relax and leave time to slide over him. Anyways, my forecast of the future is not so much concerned with such minor transitional matters as with a particular social phenomenon that would determine the long term destiny of the entire human race. My friends, if you will take long-term view of the trends already obvious in the development of our civilization, you will have no choice but to share my view that marriage has had it. Are you surprised that the sacred institution of marriage should be as summarily written? Well, the grounds for my forecast have already been stated, and I think accepted that modern society is centered to the exclusion of all else, upon the idea of individuality. When the family was represented by its head, the district by its magistrate, and the province by its feudal lord, then those who were not representatives possessed no personalities whatsoever. Even if, exceptionally, they actually did have personalities, those characteristics, being inappropriate to their place in society, were never recognized as such. Suddenly, everything changed. We were all discovered to possess personalities, and every individual began to assert his newfound individuality. Whenever two persons chanced to meet, their attitudes betrayed a disposition to quarrel, an underlying determination to insist that I am I and you are you, and that no human being was any more human than any other. Obviously, each individual grew a little stronger by reason of this new individuality, but of course, precisely because everyone has grown stronger, everyone has also grown proportionately weaker than their fellow individuals. Because it is now harder for people to oppress you, certainly you are stronger, but because it is now a lot more difficult for you to meddle in other folks' affair, you are clearly much weaker. Everyone naturally likes to be strong. And no one naturally likes to be weak. Consequently, we all vigorously defend the strong points in our position in the society, scraping like fiends over the merest trifles. And at the same time, "Aw, I'll see you soon. I'll see you." "Oh, thank you." Ah, everyone is leaving. I'll try to finish it ASAP. Sorry. Let's continue. Um, In unremitting efforts to undermine the position of our fellows, we lever away at their weakest points at every opportunity. It follows that men have no genuine living space left between them which is not occupied by siege engines and counterworks. Too cramped to live at ease, the constant pressure to expand one's individual sphere has brought mankind to its painful bursting point, and having arrived by their own machinations at such an unpleasant state of affairs, men thereupon devised a means to relieve unbearable pressure. They developed that system which parents and their married offspring live separately. In the more backward parts of Japan, among the wilder mountains, you can still find entire families, including their lesser cousinage, all living together perfectly contentedly in a single house. That lifestyle was only viable because apart from the head of the family, no member of the group possessed any individuality to assert, while any member who exceptionally happened to possess it took good care never to let it show. However, in the more up-to-date and civilized communities, the individual members of family are struggling amongst themselves no less fiercely than do other totally unrelated members of modern society, both to guard their own positions and to undermine those of their so-called nearest and dearest. There is, therefore, little real choice but to live separately. In Europe, where the modernization of society has proceeded much further than has yet happened in Japan, this necessary disintegration of the multi-generational family unit has long been common. If by chance the European parents and sons do live in the same house, the son pay as they would elsewhere for boarding and lodging. Similarly, if the son borrows money from their father, they pay it back with interest as they would they borrow from a bank. This sort of laudable arrangement is only possible when fathers recognize and pay proper respect to sons' individualities. Sooner or later, such customs must be adopted in Japan. It is many years now since uncles, aunts, and cousins moved out of the family unit to establish their separate life. The time is now coming for fathers and sons to separate, but the development of individuality and the feeling of respect towards individuality will go on growing endlessly. We shall never be at peace unless we move farther apart and give each other room for that growth. But when parents, sons, brothers, and sisters have all so eased apart, what further easement can be sought? Only the separation of husband and wife. Some people today still persist in the mistaken view that a husband and wife are a husband and wife because they live together. The point is that they can only live together if their separate individualities are sufficiently harmonious. No question of this harmony arose in the olden days because being the Confucian phrase two bodies but one spirit, husband and wife was a single person. Even after death they remained inseparable, haunting the world as two badges from single set. The barbarian state of affairs is now all changed. A husband is now simply a man who happens to be married, and the wife a woman in the same lamentable condition. This wife person went to a girls' school, from which, after an excellent education designed to strengthen her individuality, comes marching out in Western hairstyle to be a bride. No wonder the man she marries cannot make her do what he likes. If such a woman did, in fact, accommodate herself to her husband's beck and call, people would say that she is not a wife but a doll. The harder she works to become an intelligent helpmate, the greater the space demanded by her individuality, and the less her husband can abide her. Quarreling begins. The brighter the wife, the more bitter and incessant the other quarrels. And there's no sense in boasting of intelligence in a wife if all it produces is misery for both of you. Now, within this marriage, a boundary is established, a boundary as distinct as that between oil and water. Even that would not be too awful if only it was steady, but in practice the line of marital friction bounces up and down so that the whole domestic scene is in a constant condition of earthquake. By such experiences, the human race has come to accept that it is unprofitable to both parties to that married couples should live together. So what do? Asked Coleman. Divorce on the scale you imply is a worrying prospect. Yes, they part. What else can they do? It's clear to me that eventually all married couples will get divorced. Jesus! He's a time traveler, isn't it? Hang on! Hang on! Is Natsume Sōseki a time traveler? Oh my god. Holy shit! Oh my god. It is clear to me that eventually all married couples will get divorced. As things still stand, those who live together are husband and wife, but in the future, those who live together will generally considered to be to be dis- to have disqualified themselves from being normal married couple. Holy shit. I suppose that a man like myself will be one of the disqualified. Cold Moon misses no chance to remind us of his recent marriage. You are lucky to have been born in the days of the Emperor Meiji when traditional ways are still observed. Being gifted prophet of things to come, I am inevitably 2 or 3 stops ahead of my contemporaries in all matters of any importance. That, of course, is why I am already a bachelor. I know there are people who go around saying that I remain unmarried because of some early disappointment in love, but one can only pity such persons for their shallow minds and their inability to see further than the ends of their snooping noses. Waverhouse pauses for breath. But to return to my far-sighted vision of the future, a philosopher will descend from heaven. He will preach the unprecedented truth that all members of mankind, both men and women, are essentially individuals. Impairment of their individuality can only lead to the destruction of human race. The purpose of human life is to maintain and develop individuality, and to attain that end, no sacrifice is too great. It is thus contrary to the nature and needs of mankind that ancient, evil, barbarous practice of marriage should continue. Such primitive rites were perhaps understandable before the sacrosanctity of individuality was recognized, but to allow continuation of this dreadful custom into our own civilized era is quite unthinkable. The deplorable habit of marriage must be broken. In our developed culture, there is no reason whatsoever why 2 individuals should bound to each other in the highly abnormal intimacy of traditional marriage relationship. Once the revelation of the heaven-sent philosopher have been clearly understood, it will be regarded as extremely immoral of young uneducated men and women to allow themselves to be so carried away by base and fleeting passion that they even stoop to low indulgence in wedding ceremonies. Even today, we must do our best to get such tribal custom discontinued. Sir, said Beauchamp very firmly that he even slapped his kneecap, I totally reject your vile prognostication. In my opinion, yeah, he definitely did. He definitely hated. In my opinion, nothing in this world is more precious than love and beauty. It is entirely thanks to these 2 things that we can be consoled, be made perfect, and be happy. Again, it is entirely due to them that our feelings can be gracefully expressed. Our characters are made noble, and our sympathies refined. Therefore, no matter where or when one is born, here or in Timbuktu, now or in the future, love and beauty remain the eternal guide stars of mankind. When they manifest themselves in the actual world, love is seen in the relationship between husband and wife, while beauty shines forth either as poetry or music. These are the expressions at its highest level of the very humanity of the human race. I do not believe, so long as our kind exists upon the surface of this planet, that either the arts or our current ideal of married couple will perish therefrom. It would be well perhaps if it were so, but for the reasons which the heaven-sent philosopher has just given for his forecast, both love and beauty are bound to perish. You will just have to accept the inevitable. You spoke of the imperishable glories of art, but they will go the same way as the married couple into oblivion. The irreversible development of individuality will bring ever greater demands of individuals for recognition of their singular and identity. In a world where you and I insisted I am I and you are you, how can any art perdure? Surely the arts now flourish by reasons of harmony between the individualities of the artist and each appreciative member of his public. The harmony is already being crushed to death. You may protest until the cows come home and you are a new style poet, and if no one shares your conviction of the worth of your poems, I am afraid you will never be read. However, many epithalamia you compose, your work will be dying as you write it. It is thus especially gratifying writing as you do in Meiji times. The whole world may still rejoice in its excellence. I'm not that well known. If already today your splendid efforts are not that all well known, what do you imagine will be their fate in the future when civilization has advanced yet further than the heaven sent philosopher has knocked the stuffing out of marriage? No one at all will read your poems, not because your poems are yours and you are a bad poem, or and you are a bad poet, but individuality has intensified to such an extent that anything written by other people holds no interest for anyone. This stage of the literary future is already evidenced in England, where two of their leading novelists, Henry James and George Meredith, have personalities so strong, so strongly reflected in their novels that very few people care to read them. And no wonder. Only readers with personalities of matching force could find such works of any interest. That trend will accelerate, and by that time of that marriage is finally recognized as immoral, all art will have disappeared. Surely you can see that. When anything that either all of us might write has become quite meaningless to the other, then there will be nothing, let alone art, which we can share. We shall be excommunicated from each other. I suppose you are right, but somehow, intuitively, I cannot believe the fearful picture you have painted. If you can't grasp it intuitively, then try it discursively. Discursive or intuitive? Single man blurts out. What is the matter? The point is that it is true. It is quite obvious that the greater freedom of the individuality permitted to human beings, the less free their interrelations must become. I consider that all Nietzsche's glorification of Superman is nothing but a philosophical attempt to talk a way out of that end facing mankind. You might think at first that Nietzsche was enunciating something cherished ideal, but on reflection you'll recognize that he's simply voicing his bitter discontent, twisting about in his bed, niggled by his neighbors, worried by the developing individualities. Nietzsche's funked even the 19th century. Pouring out such jeremiads, he must have lived in an agony of despair. Reading his works, one does not feel inspired, merely sorry for their wretched author. That voice of his is not voice of intrepidity and determination. It is nothing more than the whine of grievances and screams of indignation.
Stretch!
Hey! Mm. Thank you. Oh, it's 4 hours now. Jesus. Oh, okay. Oh my god. A bit more. Thank you for staying with me, you guys. Oh my god. I'm this I did not expect this to be so long. Ah, okay. And it becomes so intense by the end of it. Oh, okay. No, we are nearing the end, actually. No, 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 no. We cannot stop now. Unless you want me to. I personally think that we should continue because if it would be too weird if I stop now. Yeah. Unless you want me to. I don't mind going on. Because I want to start Monday a new novel. So I don't really want to like have leftover. Okay. That voice of his is not the voice of intrepidity or determination. It is nothing more than the whine of grievances, the scream of indignation. It was, perhaps, an understandable reaction in a rejected philosopher, but in ancient times a truly great man appeared, all the whole world flocked together under his banner, which was no doubt very gratifying. Certainly, sufficiently gratifying for the great man in question to feel no certainly sufficient no need to resort to pen and paper with all the virulence one finds in Nietzsche's. The Superman characters portrayed in Homer's epics and the ballads of Chevy Chase are not demon driven. Unlike Nietzsche's Superman, they are alive with life, with gaiety, and just plain fun. Their times were truly merry, and the merriment is recreated in the writing naturally. In days like that, there was no trace of Nietzsche's atrabilious venom. But in Nietzsche's period, there was sadly different. No hero shone in his horizons, and even if a hero had appeared, no one would have honored, respected, or even noticed him. When in a much earlier period, Confucius made his appearance, and it was relatively easy for him to assert his importance because he had no equals as competitors. Today, there are a pen a penny, and possibly the whole wide world is packed with them. Certainly, no one nowadays would be impressed if you claim to be the new Confucius, and you, because you had failed to impress, would become waspish in your discontent, and precisely the sort of discontent which leads to books which brandish Superman about our ears. We sought freedom, and now we suffer from the inconveniences of the freedom that can but bring. Um, I'll let you know later what we are going to read on Monday. Does it does it not follow that though Western civilization seems splendid at first glance, at the end of the day it proves itself a bane? In contrast, we in the East have always since long, long ago. Thank you. Oh my god. Ah, Gambaro, we can do this. Okay, we have 12 pages to go. It's very fast. Trust me. In sharp contrast, we, in the East, have always since long, long ago devoted ourselves not to material progress but to development of the mind. That way was the right way. Now, under the pressures of individualities are bringing on all sorts of nervous disorders, we are at last able to grasp the meaning of the ancient text that people are carefree under firm rule. It won't be long before Lao Tzu's doctrine of the activating effect of inactivity grows to seem less of a paradox. By then, of course, it will be too late to do anything more than recognize our likeness to addicted alcoholics who wish they would never touch the stuff. All you fellows, said Coleman, seems hideously pessimistic about the future. But none of your moans and groans depress me at the least. I wonder why. That's because you have just got married, said Waverhouse, hastening to explain why away the mildest manifestation of hope. Then, suddenly, my master began to talk. If my dear Coleman, you are thinking yourself fortunate to have found a wife, you are making a big mistake. A moment, please. It's getting a bit dark because it's gonna rain, so I'll shut on the light. Um, if my dear Coleman, you're thinking yourself fortunate to have found a wife, you are making a big mistake. For your particular information, I shall now read out something out of pertinent interest. Opening that antique of a book which he had brought from his study a short time back, my master then continued, as you can see, this is an old book, but it was perfectly clear, even in those days, that women were terrible. Sir, you surprise me, but may I ask when the book was written? Said Coleman. In the 16th century, by a man called Thomas Nash. I'm even more surprised. You mean to say that even in those early days, someone spoke ill of my wife? The book contains a wide variety of complaints about women. So it was written by a fucking incel, basically. So remember this name, Thomas Nash. An incel, 100%. Complaints about women, some of which would certainly apply to your wife. So you'd better listen carefully. Alright, I'm listening, very honored to. The book begins by saying that all men must heed the views of womanhood propounded down the ages by recognized sages. You follow me? Are you listening? We are listening. Even I, a bachelor, am listening. Aristotle says that since all women are good for nothing anyways, it is best if you get married to choose a small bride because a small good for nothing is less disastrous than a large one. Coleman, is this wife of yours hefty or petite? She's one of the heftier good for nothings. They all laugh, more at the suddenness with which Coleman had rejoined the eternal conspiracy of males than at anything inherently funny in his answer. Well, said Waverhouse, that's an interesting book, I must say. Read us some more. A man once asked what might be a miracle, and the sage replied, a chaste woman. Who, sir, is this sage? The book doesn't give his name. I bet he was a sage who has been jilted. Next come Diogenes, who, when asked at what age it was best to take a wife, replied, for a young man, not yet. For the old man, never. No doubt that miserable fellow thought that up in his barrel, observed Waverhouse. Pythagoras says that there are three evils not to be suffered: fire, water, and a woman. I didn't know, said Singleman, that the Greek philosopher was responsible for such an ill-considered aphorism. If you ask me, none of them are evil. One can enter fire and not to be burnt, enter water and not to be drowned, enter uh here he got stuck until Waverhouse helped him out by adding, and entertain a woman without being bewitched, eh? Paying no regard to his friend's interjections, my master went on to his reading. Socrates says that a man's most difficult task is to try to control women and children. Demosthenes says that the greatest torment a man can invent for his enemy's vexation is to give him his own daughter in marriage, as a domestical fury to disquiet him night and day until he dies of it. The eminent Seneca says that there be two especially troubles in this world: a wife and ignorance. One moment, please. This is intense, bro. The Emperor Marcus Aurelius compares women to ships because to keep them well in order there is always something wanting. Plautus claims that women deck themselves so gorgeously and lace themselves so nicely because, and I paraphrase, such a mean trick disguises their natural ugliness. Valerius Maximus, in a letter to one of his friends, advises him that almost nothing is impossible for a woman, and goes on to entreat God Almighty that his sweet friend be not entrapped by a woman's treachery. It was the same Valerius Maximus who answered his own question about the nature of women by saying, "She is an enemy to friendship, an inevitable pain, a necessary evil, a natural temptation, a desired calamity, and a honey seeming poison." He also remarked that if it's a sin to put a woman away, it is surely be much greater torment to keep her still. "Please, sir," pleaded Coleman, "that's enough. I cannot bear to hear any more awful things about my wife." "There are still several more pages. How about listening to the end?" "Oh, have a heart," said Waverhouse. "And anyway, isn't it about time for your own good lady to come home?" He had hardly started his usual style of teasing when from the same direction of the other room there came the sound of Mrs. Nee sharply calling sharply for the maid. "I said, that's Tornet." "Ah," Waverhouse whispered. "Had you realized she was back?" My master permitted himself a spasm of muffled laughter. "What's the matter if she is?" But Waverhouse was not to be dissuaded. "Oh, Mrs. Nees," he called, "how long have you been home?" Answer, as the poets put it, come there none. "Did you happen to hear what your noble spouse was just telling us, Mrs. Nees?" Still no answer. "I hope you understand that he wasn't speaking his own thought. It's just reading out the opinions of a Mr. Nash from the 16th century. Nothing personal. Please don't take it to heart." "It hardly matters to me," came the curt response in a voice so faint and distant that Mrs. Nees might as well been away in the 16th century pursuing the issue with Mr. Nash himself. Coleman giggled nervously. "Well, of course, it hardly matters to me either. I'm sorry to have mentioned it." Waverhouse was now laughing out loud when we heard the sound of the outside gate being opened and heavy footsteps entering the house. Next moment, with no further announcement, the sliding door of the room was yanked aside and the face of Tatara Sampe peered in through the gap. Sampe hardly looked himself. His snow white shirt and his spanking new frock coat were surprises in themselves, but he was also carrying their neck string tied together, a clutch of bottles of beers. He set the bottles down beside the dried bonitos and himself beside without even a nod of greeting, hunkered down heavily on his hams with the all self-confidence resolution of a warrior. "Mr. Sneezer," he immediately began, "has your stomach trouble gotten any better lately? It's all this staying at home, you know. It does you no good." I haven't said whether my stomach was getting better or worse. My master tartly objected. "No, I know you haven't. But your complexion speaks for itself. It's no good, yellow like that. This is the right time of the year to go fishing. Why not hire a boat at Shinagawa? Bracing. I went out last Sunday." "Did you catch anything?" "No, nothing." "Is it fun when you don't catch a sausage?" "The idea is to buck yourself up, to get the old juices flowing again. How about all of you? Have you ever gone out fishing?" "It's a terrific fun, you see." He began speaking to them as a group, somewhat loftily, as though a ring of children. You set off in this tiny boat across a vast blue ocean. My preference, said the irrepressible Waverhouse, would be to set off in a vast blue boat across the smallest possible ocean. I can see no point, said Coleman in his most detached voice. No fun at all in setting off in a fishing expedition unless one expects to catch at least a whale or a mermaid. You can't catch whales from conch shells and mermaids don't exist. You scribbling man of letters have no common sense whatsoever. I'm not a man of letters. No? Then what the devil are you? I'm a businessman, and for us businessmen, there's one thing you must have is common sense. He turned toward my master and addressed him directly. You know, sir, over the last few months I have amassed a great stock of common sense. Of course, working as I do in a great business center, it's only natural that I should come like this. I should become like this. Like what? Take for instances, cigarettes. One cannot expect to get very far in business if one goes around smoking trashy brands like Shikishima or Asahi. At this point, he produced a pack of Egyptian cigarettes, selected a gold-tipped tube, lit it ostentatiously, and began to puff its scented smoke. Can you really afford to chuck money around like that? You must be rolling in that stuff. No, no money yet. But something will turn up. Smoking these cigarettes builds one's image, confers considerable prestige. It's certainly an easier way to gain prestige than by polishing glass balls, a real shortcut to fame. Far less troublesome than all your labors, wouldn't say, Coleman. Waverhouse had scarcely closed his mouth, and before Coleman could utter a syllable, Sampei turned and said, So you are Mr. Coleman, the chap who has given up his doctorate, for which reason it's become me. You're studying for a degree? No, I'm marrying Miss Goldfield. To tell the truth, I felt rather sorry for you, missing a chance like that, but it pressed me so hard that I had agreed to marry her. Nevertheless, I can't help feeling that somehow I wronged Mr. Coleman. Can you follow my feelings, Mr. Sneeze? But please, my dear sir, said Coleman, you are most welcome to the match. If she's what you want, my master mumbled vaguely, then I suppose you might as well marry her. How absolutely splendid! Burbles Waverhouse. All's well and swell and all that. It just shows that nobody need ever worry about getting his daughters married. Wasn't I saying only just now that someone suitable would quickly come along, and sure enough, she's already found this very cool customer to be her unblushing bridegroom. Think about it, Beauchamp, and rejoice. It's a gift of a theme for one of your new style poems. Waste no time, get going. Waverhouse was off again. And are you, asked Sampei somewhat obsequiously, the poet, Mr. Beauchamp? I should be deeply grateful if you would deign to compose something for our wedding. I could have it printed right away and have it sent out to all concerned. I will also arrange for it to be printed in a daily press. I'll be very happy to oblige. When would you like to have it? Any time, and any piece which you already had on hand would do. And for that, I'll invite you to our wedding reception. We'll be having champagne. Have you ever tried it? It tastes delicious. I'm planning, Mr. Sneeze, to hire an orchestra, a small one for the occasion. Perhaps we could get Mr. Beauchamp's poem set to music, and then it could be played while the guests are eating. How about that, Mr. Sneeze? What do you think? You do as you like. But, Mr. Sneeze, could you write the musical setting for me? Don't be silly. Isn't there anyone among you who could handle the music? Mr. Coleman? The unsuccessful marriage candidate and failed ball polisher happens to be a fine violinist. Ask him if he'll oblige, but I doubt he'll squander his wealth of soul in return for a mere sipping of champagne. But there are champagnes and champagnes. I shan't be offering anything cheap or nasty. No filthy pops. Nothing but the best. Won't you help me out? Of course, and with pleasure. I'll write the music even if your champagne is mere cider. Indeed, if you like, I'll do the job for nothing. I wouldn't dream of asking you to aid me in unrewarded. If you don't enjoy champagne, well, how about this payment? Reaching into his jacket pocket, Sanpei pulled out some 7 or 8 photographs and scattered them on the floor matting. One was half length, one full length, one standing, another sitting, one dressed somewhat casually, another very correctly in a long sleeve kimono, and yet another wearing formal Japanese hairdo. All of them were photographs of young girls. Mr. Sneeze, sir, these were all prospective brides in whom I am, of course, no longer interested, but if any of these marriage candidates happen to interest Mr. Coleman or Mr. Beauchamp, I would gladly, in recognition of their assistance to myself, act as their agent of effecting introductions to any of these fanciable ladies. How about this one here? He asked, thrusting a photograph under Coleman's nose. Oh, nice, says Coleman. Very nice. I rather fancy that one. And how about this one? He showed another picture to Coleman's hand. Very nice too. Quite charming, yes, I certainly fancy her. But which one do you want? I don't mind which. You seem a bit feckless, Sanpei commented dryly. Then turning to my master, he went on with his sales pitch. This one, actually, is a niece of a doctor. I see. The next one is extremely good-natured, young too, only 17, and this one carries a whacking great dowry, while this one here is a daughter of a provincial governor. All alone in his imagining, Sanpei rattles on. Do you think I could marry them all? All? That's plain gluttonous. Are you some kind of polygamist or something? No, not a polygamist, but a carnivore, of course. Never mind what you are, Sanpei. Put those snaps away at once, can't you see? My master said in a tone of sharp scolding that he's only leading you on. So you don't want an introduction to any of them, said Sanpei, half in question and half in statement, as one by one, slowly giving Beauchamp and Coleman a last chance to relent, he put the pictures back into his pocket. There was no response. Well now, what are those bottles for? A present. I bought them just now at the dram shop at the corner so that we might have a drink to my forthcoming marriage. Come, let's start. My master clapped his hand for the maid and asked her to open the bottles. Then the 5 of them, my master, Waverhouse, Single Man, Coleman, and Beauchamp, solemnly lifting their glasses, congratulated Sanpei on his good fortune in love. Sanpei fairly glowed in self-esteem and assured them, I shall invite you all to the ceremony. Can all of you come? I do hope so. No, my master answered promptly, I shan't. Why ever not? It will be the grandest once in a lifetime day of my life. And you won't attend it? Seems a bit heartless. I'm not heartless, but I won't attend. Ah, you haven't got the thing to wear. Is that snack? I can gladly arrange for the right kit to be made. You really ought to go out more and meet people. I'll introduce you to some well-known persons. That's the very last thing I would wish for. It might even cure your stomach troubles. I don't care if they never get better. Well, if you can't be budged, you can't. What about you others? Will you be able to come? Me? I would love to, said Waverhouse. I would even be delighted to play the role of an honored go-between. A verse leaps to my lips. Evening in spring, the marriage and rite, a nuptials bonds made champagne tight. What's that you said? Suzuki is going to go in between, going to be the go between. I might have known it. Well, in that case, I'm sorry, but there it is. So I suppose that it really would be a bit too much to have two lots of go betweens, but I will attend. Your party is an ordinary human being. How about you? Will you come with your friends? Me? Said single man, apparently surprised. Having this fishing rod to be my friend, I live at ease in nature and free of every care the red dust world might send, like some hook promised to entangle me. And what the hell is that? Asked House. Something from the hallowed guide on how to write Chinese poem? I really cannot remember where I picked that up. You really cannot remember? How tiresome for you. Well, come if your fishing rod can spare you. And you, Mr. Coleman, I hope I may count on you too. After all, you have a special status in this matter. Most certainly I'll be there, but it would be a pity to miss a chance of hearing my own music played at an orchestra. Of course. What about you, Mr. Beauchamp? Well, yes, I would like to be there to read my new style poem in front of a couple themselves. That's wonderful. Mr. Sneezer, I have never before in my life felt so pleased with the world. To mark the moment, I'll have another glass of that beer. He filled the tumbler to the brim and sank it all at one go. Slowly, his face turned shiny red. The short autumn day has grown dark. The charcoal fire in the brazier has long ago burnt out, and its crust of ash is dotted and strewn with ugliness of cigarette ash. Even this happy-go-lucky man seemed to have had enough of their merriment, and in the end it was Single Man who, climbing stiffly to his feet, remarked, "It's getting late, time to be on our way." The others followed suit, and, politely apoplectic, vanished into the night. The drawing-room grew desolate, like Variety Hall when the show is over. My master ate his dinner and went off to his study. His wife, feeling the autumn chill, tightened his collar, settles over her sewing box, and gets on with her remodeling of worn-out kimono. The children, lying in one row, are fast asleep. The maid has gone out to the bath-house. If one tapped the deep bottom of the hearts of these seemingly light-hearted people, it would give somewhat a sad sound. Though Singleman behaves as though enlightenment has made him a familiar of disguise, his feet still shuffles, earth-bound, through the world. The world of Waverhouse, though it may be easy-going, is not the dream world of those painted landscapes which he loved. The winsome Donzel Coleman, having at last stopped polishing his little globes of glass, has fetched from his far home province a bride to cheer his days, which is pleasant and quite normal. But the sad fact is that long-continued, pleasant normality becomes a bore. Beauchamp, too, however golden-hearted he is now, will have come in 10 years' time to realize that the folly of giving away for nothing in those new-style poems that are the essence of his heart. As for Sampe, I find it difficult to judge whether he'll finish up on top of the pile or down the drain, but I would like to think he will manage to live his life out proud and happy in the ability to souse his acquaintance in champagne. Suzuki will remain the same eternal groveling creeper. Grovellers get covered in mud, but even so be sharn, he'll manage better than those who cannot creep at all. As for me, I am a cat, still nameless though born 2 years ago, who has lived his life among men. I have always thought myself unique in my knowledge of mankind, but I was recently much surprised to meet another cat, some German mock called Catermer, who suddenly turned up and started sounding off in a very highfalutin manner on my own special subject. I subsequently made enquiries and discovered that my visitor was in fact the ghost of a cat. Though he had been in hell since dying a century ago, I had become so piqued with curiosity about my reputation that he rematerialized for the express purpose of upsetting me. This cat, I learned, was a most unfilial creature. On one occasion, when he was going to meet his mother, he was carrying a fish in his mouth to give her as a present. However, he failed to control his appetite and broke his journey to guzzle the fish. His combination of talents and greed was so much was much was such as to make him virtually human, and he even once astonished his master by writing a poem. If such a feline culture hero was already demonstrating superior cat skill so long as a century ago, perhaps a good for nothing specimen like me has already outlived its purpose and should no more delay its retirement into nothingness. My master, sooner or later, will die of his dyspepsia. Old man Goldfield is already doomed by his greed. The autumn leaves have mostly fallen. All that has life must lose it, since there seems to be little point in living. Perhaps those who die young are the only creatures wise. If one heeds the sages who assembled here today, mankind has already sentenced itself to extinction by suicide. If we don't watch out, even cats may find their individualities developing along the lethal crushing pattern forecast for those two-legged loons. It's an appalling prospect. Depression weighs upon me. Perhaps a sip of some paste beer would cheer me up. I go around the kitchen. The back door is half open and rattles in the autumn wind, which seems to have blown the lamp out, for the room is unlit. Still, there are shadows tilting inward through the window. Moonrise, I suppose. On the tray there are three glasses, two of them filled with brownish liquid. Even warm water, if kept in glass, looks cold. Naturally, this liquid, standing quietly beside the jar of charcoal extinguisher, looks in the icy moonlight chill and uninviting. However, anything for experience. If Sanpei, as I recall, could after drinking it become so bright and warm red and start breathing as heavily as a man could run a mile, perhaps it's not impossible for a cat that drinks it to feel livelier. Anyway, some day I too must die, so I might as well try everything before I do. Once I am dead, I tell myself, it will be too late in the grave to regret that I never tasted beer. So I take courage and drink it up. I flicked my tongue into that stuff and I began to lap. I got a sharp surprise. The tip of my tongue, as though being pricked with needles, stung and tingled painfully. What possible pleasure can human beings find in drinking such unpleasant stuff? I've heard my master describe revolting food as not fit for a dog. But this dark drink is truly not fit for a cat. There must be some fundamental antipathy between cats and beer, conscious of danger. I quickly withdrew my tongue, but then on reflection I remembered that men have a pet saying about good medicines, about tasting filthy, and the draughts that they down to cure their colds invariably make them grimace with disgust. I never work out whether they get cured by drinking muck or whether they would get well and anyway without the face making business. Now's my chance to find out. If drinking beer poisons my entire intestines, well, that will be just too bad. But if, like Sanpei, I grow so cheerful as to forget everything around me, then I will accept the experience as unexpected joy, and even perhaps I'll teach all the cats in my neighborhood how sweet it is to drown one's woe in drink. Anyway, let's take a chance and see. The decision made. I droop my tongue out cautiously, but if I can actually see the bitter liquid, I find it hard to drink. So closing my eyes tight shut, I began to lap. When the sheer strength of will and tiger-like perseverance, I lapped away the beer lees in this first glass, a strange phenomenon occurred. The initial agony of my needle tongue began to ease off, and a ghastly feeling in my mouth, a feeling as if some hand was squeezing my cheeks together from the outside, was pleasurably relieved. By the time I dealt with the first glass, the beer swilling was no longer much a problem. I finished off the second glass so painlessly that while I was about it, I even lapped up the spill on the tray and slurped down the whole lot down into my stomach. That done, in order to study my body's reaction, I crouched down quietly for a while. My body is gradually growing warm. I feel hot around my eyes and my ears are burning. I feel like singing a song. I feel like dancing like the cat hirelings. I feel like telling my master, Waver House and Singerman, that they can all go to hell. I feel like scratching old man Goldfields. I feel like biting his wide, vast nose off. I feel like doing a lot of things. And in the end, I felt like I felt like to wobble my feet. As I stood up, I felt I would like to walk. Highly pleased with myself, I felt like going out. And as I staggered out, I felt like shouting, Moon! Allman! How goes it? So I did. Oh, but I felt wonderful. So I thought, is this how it feels to be gloriously drunk? Radiant with glory, I persevered in setting my unsteady feet one in front of each other in the correct order, which is very difficult when you have 4 feet. I made no effort to travel in any particular direction, but just kept going in a long, slow way, water, but I'm beginning to feel extremely sleepy. And indeed, I hardly know if I am still walking or already sunk in sleep. I try to keep my eyes open, but their lids have grown unliftably heavy. Ah, well, it can't be helped. Confidently telling myself that nothing in this world, neither seas nor mountain nor anything else, could now impede my cat imperial progress. I put my front paw forward, and suddenly I heard a loud, sloppy splash. As I come to my senses, I know I'm done for. I had no time to work out how I had been done for, because in the very moment that I realized the fact of it, everything went haywire. When I again came to myself, I found myself floating in water. Because I was also in pain, I clawed at what seemed it caused, but scratching water had no effect except resulting in my immediate submersion. I stuck out desperately for the surface by kicking my hind legs, scrabbling with my forepaws. This action eventually produced some sort of scraping sound, but I managed to thrust my head just to clear the water. I saw I had fallen into a big clay jar against whose sides my claws scraped. All through the summer jar, this jar had contained a thick growth of water hollyhocks, but in the early summer the crows had descended first to eat the plants and then to bathe in its water. In the end, their splashing about and the heat of the sun had lowered the water level, that the crows found it difficult to either bathe or drink in it, and they had stopped coming. I remember that only the other day. I was thinking that the water must have gone down because I had not seen no birds around about. Little did I then dream that I myself would be the next to splash about in that jar. From the water surface to the lip of the jar, it measures some 5 inches. However much I stretch my paws, I cannot reach the lip, and the water gives no purchase for a jump. If I do nothing, I just sink. If I flounder around, my claws scrabble on the sides, but the only result is that scraping sound. It's true that when I claw at the jaw, I do seem to rise a little in the water, but as soon as my claws scrape down the clay, I slide back deep down below the surface. This is so painful that I immediately scrabbling until I break surface and I can breathe, but it's very tiresome and my strength is going. I become impatient with my ill success, but my legs growing sluggish. In the end, I can hardly tell whether I'm scratching the jar in order to sink or am sinking to induce more scratching. While this was going on, and despite the constant pain, I found myself reasoning that I'm only in agony because I want to escape that jar. Now, much as I like to get out, it's obvious that I can't. Not. My extended front leg is scarcely 3 inches long, and even if I could hoist my body with its outstretched forepaws up above the surface, I still could never hook my claws over the rim. Accordingly, since it's blindingly clear that I cannot get out, it is equally clear that it's senseless to persist in my efforts to do so. Only in my own senseless persistence is causing my ghastly suffering. How very stupid! How very, very stupid deliberately to prolong the agonies of this torture. I'd better stop. I just don't care what happens next. I have had quite enough, thank you, of this clutching, clawing, scratching, scraping, scrabbling, senseless struggle against nature. The decision made, I give up and relax. First, my forepaws, then my hind legs, then my head and tail. Gradually, I begin to feel at ease. I can no longer tell whether I'm suffering or feeling grateful. It isn't even clear whether I'm drowning in water or lolling in some comfy room, and it really doesn't matter. It does not matter where I am or what I'm doing. I simply feel increasingly at ease. No, I cannot actually say I feel at ease either. I feel that I've cut away the sun and moon. They pull at me no longer. I've pulverized both heaven and earth, and I'm drifting off and away into some unknown endlessness of peace. I am dying. Egypt, I'm dying. Through death, I'm drifting slowly into peace. Only by dying can this divine quiescence be attained. May one rest in peace. I am thankful. I am thankful. 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 Thank you, Sabri, for the follow. That was heavy, huh? That's really heavy. Oh, wow. 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 I I did not expect that. uh, oh. Oh, everyone is speechless now. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh. Yeah. That ending, huh? What an ending, huh? Oh, Beat, you heard that? 5 hours. We did it, guys. Oh my god. Thank you. Wow. It's. Yeah. Chapter 4 is very, very heavy. Chapter 4 has prediction that there will be an increase of suicide rates in the future. Chapter 5 predicts that most marriages will end in divorces. Chapter not 5, chapter 4 ends with a cat being thankful to attain peace through death. Wow. Wow. Thank you, Endo. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone who stayed on for the entire 5 hours of reading. This is like insane. I would say this, right? First of all, thank you for being here with me. Thank you, Deanne, for supervising everything. Thank you to the very, very steady 10, 11 viewers in my live stream who stays with me for 5 hours listening to a story, to a chapter, to the end of I Am a Cat by Natsume Sōseki. I don't know what we have learned today, except the fact that Natsume Sōseki uh, is a time traveler and he hates his wife, and also he's very depressed. Cause if I don't think a non-depressed person could write something like that. um Uh, I was looking forward to celebrate the end of the book, but it's so heavy that. But you know what, guys? 60 followers. We're gonna get 70 soon. And thank you once again. Who followed today? Let me see. So we have Supernovae, we have Skiggles, we have Severy who follow. Thank you so much. And we have Bit who subscribe. Thank you so much for all of your support. Thank you to all my viewers who stayed in the game for so like who stayed in the game right in front of me right here. I can see all of you. I can see Wine Addict. I can see Severy being such a cute little lollifell. I can see Endo. I can see Exia. And I can see DM being my manager, being awesome. Yes, I'm going to go and cuddle my cat after this because I'm probably gonna be like crying or something. But thank you so much for staying in game with me, all 5 of you, and also to the 11 viewers in my stream right now, including the 5 of you, I'm sure. Um, I know you guys are silent, but thank you so much for staying with me for 5 hours of reading. I know I did take some break for food, but I had to eat. um, but yes, thank you so much. I wouldn't be able to reach 60 followers and become an affiliate without all of your help. Um, it's a very heavy ending. It's very sad. Um, but you know what? Uh, life is like that. But let's do something. Let's end the stream with a good note. Can someone uh can someone afford to claim a love quote or a poem? If not, I'll do it for free this time. If you can afford it, because I know the points are set it up very high, because I don't want people to spam it. Oh, okay. That's good enough. Okay. So Deanne wants a love quote, and Wine wants a poem. Poem. I'll pick a poem from another one called another author called Carol and Duffy. Okay. For the love quote, the end you can choose up to 128 pages. Choose one page. For the poem, Wine can choose up to page 83. So for the end, 34. Thirty-four. That's why it's so important to let certain things go, to release them, to cut loose. People need to understand that no one is playing with marked cards. Sometimes we win, and sometimes we lose. Don't expect to get anything back. Don't expect recognition for your efforts. Don't expect genius to be discovered or your love to be understood. And that is a quote for the end. And for Wine, you can choose up to page 83. 13. Okay. This is a poem by Carol Ann Duffy. The title of the poem is The Falling Soldier. A flop back for a keep in the sun, dropping the gun, or a trip on a stone to send you arse over tip with a yelp and a curse. No worse. The shadow you cast as you fall is the start of a shallow grave. They give medals, though, to the grieving partners, mothers, daughters, sons of the brave. A break dance to amuse your mates. Give them a laugh, a rock and roll mime, Elvis time, pretending the rifle's just a guitar. Worse by far, the shadow you shed as you fall is your brother, is brother your soul. They wrap you up in the flag though. Blow a tune on a bugle before they lower you into the hole. A slide down a hill, your head thrown back, daft as a boy, and the rifle chucked away to the side in a moment of joy. An outburst? Much worse. The shadow you throw as you fall is the shadow of death. The camera, though, has caught you forever, captured forever, your final breath. You chose this! It's just it's just the way it is, guys. There's nothing you can do. Okay. I'll choose the poem myself. Hang on. It's just that's so fucking depressing. Why? Why would you do that? Oh my god. uh, oh man. Well. Okay. I'm trying to I'm trying to find something good, okay? Damn it. Oh my god. That was so depressing. Oh, wine, oh, wine. Oh, God. Oh my God. Mm. Okay. Okay, this is gonna be the goodbye poem for today's stream, which is going on for long enough. Okay. The title of the poem is called The Cloud by Percy Shelley. It's called The Cloud, okay? By Percy Shelley. I bring fresh showers for the thirsting flowers. From the seas and the streams, I bear light shade from the leaves when laid.
Stretch!
Oi! What? Hey! Hey, I'm reading. Okay, the cloud. How could I start again? I bring fresh showers for the thirsting flowers. From the seas and the streams, I bear light shade for the leaves when laid in their noonday dreams. From my wings are shaken the dews that waken the sweet buds every one. When rocked to rest on their mother's breast, she dances about the sun. I wield the flail of the lashing hail and whiten the green plains under, and then again I dissolve it in rain and laugh as I pass in thunder. Cycle of life, bruh. Okay. I have another one. I give you uh something, right? I'll give you something else from the Tao Te Ching, okay? Reliable words are not attractive. Attractive words are not reliable. Good people do not quibble. Quibblers are not good people. The knowing are not know-it-alls. The know-it-alls are not knowing. The sage does not hoard. As much as he does for the sake of others, he himself has all the more at hand. The way of heaven clears the ground for cultivation and does not hinder. The way of the sage is to act but not contend. The end. Sorry, I don't know how to cheer up. Yeah, water is good. Be like water. You basically just be like water. Move. You don't have to move. You don't have to move. You just go with the flow like water. If you are from the end, that's how you might. Yeah, be fluid basically. Be flexible. Just follow the flow. See where it brings you in life. And sometimes you will end up somewhere good and nice and beautiful, like where I am right now. All right, that's the end of our stream today. It's been 5.5 hours. I thought I will be doing re-clear today, but my plan right now is to go and cuddle my cat. Have a very good weekend. Yeah, we gotta do Savage Clear. I'll try to do it later, okay? I'm very tired. I did read for 5 hours. So thank you so much once again, everyone. Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Thank you once again. And I will see you guys soon. On Monday, we will be reading something new. I know Wine wants me to read Kokoro. I have Kokoro. But before Kokoro, we're gonna read something else first. Okay? Okay. Not cuddle my cat, not capture my cat. Alright. Thank you so much for your support. Once again, thank you for the follows. Thank you for the prime sub bit. And I'll see you guys soon. Have a good weekend. Rest well. And if you see me in game, say hi and we go hang out together. Goodbye.